Yo, how are we, boys? Just give me a minute to get going. I need to post this up. One of the boys just rang me and said, go live. Things is going down. So I'm feeling okay, but I'm very, very tired. Let me just post this up and then we'll go from there. Right, how are we, everybody? So I'm still trying to get my head around everything going on. Just give me a minute also, because I've only just woken up only a few minutes ago. Why do I look like a funny colour in the corner? Right. So there's a lot of missiles. These are the missiles over Israel at this point in time. Right, if there's anything specific you think I should be looking for, please let me know. Right, sorry, I'm just getting into this because I've only just woken up. And one of the things which no one knows is, and I was thinking the same thing, is where is AMK? We've had no AMK now for like 24 hours. Right. So these are missiles over Israel right now. We're seeing more. So what we do know is that there are alarms all over Israel currently. And that's where one of my friends rang me. So this is what I was called with, one of my friends, and said, look, this is what's going on. The whole of Israel is red right now. Go live as there's missiles. I didn't speak to him on the phone, but that was, I hung up on his call. That was it. Right, big missile barrage, northern Israel currently. And then we'll start getting what's coming from here. So thank you firstly to Harry Cook on the PayPal. Harry, first donation of the day. Thank you very much. If I look tired, I'm destroyed. So it does look like this is going to get intense very quickly. But yeah, it does look like my mate woke me up at the right time. So you can see these, some actually getting intercepted, but then it looks like some potentially striking too. Of course, we did see multiple attacks overnight. In the past 24 hours that were successful also. So Iran definitely has got away a lot of its missiles. Why do you think the whole world's been on fire since 2020? That's when I think Cold War II started, with the spicy flu, and then everything from there just went crazy, honestly. Dude, I'm a bit worried. I'm legitimately worried about AMK. He has not been online for 24 hours, and like he posts the entire time. I'm like legitimately concerned. Verson Jeansville, thanks for waking up. No worries, Verson, mate. Thank you for the donation. Sorry, I'm still trying to get my head around what's exactly going on. I woke up at 3:15 a.m. in Australia here. I set my alarm for 3 in the morning. And I woke up and then scrolled the pages and thought, there's not that much going on, so I won't go live. And then I text one of the boys and said, please, can you, because I know he was in a different time zone. And I said, mate, just give me a buzz, wake me up, please, if things happen. And he rang me just before. Perhaps AMK's getting some sleep. Yeah, but like, I know he said he's getting some sleep at 11 a.m. yesterday. And that was literally 20 hours ago now or something. So I don't know. It's a little bit, I'm a bit concerned. Oh. Is that better or worse? Right, here we go. So this barrage is crazy. I don't know where this actually is. I'm guessing this is over Tel Aviv. I feel like a lot of people are going to say, yeah, absolutely. This is crazy, isn't it? Heavy been waiting patiently. Yeah, mate, we've been waiting very patiently. We missed the strike yesterday, literally 45 minutes after I went to bed is when those first missiles came back in. Official Rivera says, I'm going back to Ukraine here soon. There was all the 23. I'm interested to see what difference in combat from then to now. Yeah, mate, I'm very interested to see what difference there will be in combat for you from 23 to now. From all the guys I talked to, it's become a lot more difficult combat in Ukraine over the past couple of years. These missiles going into Iran? No, these are going into Israel, and I'm told into Haifa. Yeah, northern Israel, so that's Haifa. So they're saying Israel's going, they're saying now Iran is going after economic targets in Haifa. We know there's huge, there's a power plant in Haifa, as well as there's a massive port in Haifa as well. So that's likely what is getting targeted at the moment. As far as actual hits yet, at this point in time, we don't know. But of course, we did see some very, very impressive hits yesterday taking place. Good morning, Willie. Good morning, mate. How are you? Hope you're doing well. So if there's any areas where you're seeing footage that I should be looking, please let me know. I'm just going to go back to my face for a minute. And I'll just load up. I wish AMK was here. So this is from the IDF here. So you can see millions of people running to shelter in northern Israel due to projectile from Iran. You can see the sky lighting up from these missiles. Also, yeah, if you hit like and also get the chat rolling, because we want to bump our way up the algorithm. So yeah, we've got 1,400 people and 170 likes. So make sure you hit like if you're here too. David says, if you can't get your sound right, at least turn on closed captions. I don't know if that's directed at me or someone else. I don't think we've got any sound issues, but we will figure it out. Alexander, Trump's handled before, so it fooled into war with US strike. After weeks of battle failure, he chickens out with the Houthis. Thoughts? I don't know. We did see the Houthis didn't have the results that the US would like. That the US actually didn't even get, which is very surprising, full air superiority over the Houthis. So which is, yeah, that is very interesting. But yeah, it does look like the US, it's likely they'll get dragged into something. If the sound's a bit low, that's probably me being tired more than anything. So these are the ballistic missiles that were departing Iran. Oh, by the way, this photograph here, this is not real. That is not an F-35. It is not. Stop using that photograph. These are some of the strikes we saw overnight. Over the last 24 hours that were into the atmosphere as well. You can see THAAD, ABM Interceptor, intercepting these Iranian ballistics. Christopher, thank you for becoming a member, mate, for 5 months. You're a legend. Cheers. As well, Papa Rhino, Poo Willie. Yeah, I need a coffee. That's what I need to do. Right. I'll show you that footage. So Tehran is getting hit right now too. So Tehran is getting hit. We may be more focused on Israel at the moment, but Tehran is also getting hit. Fisher Rivera says, funny how we can watch war on YouTube live now. Also, this is a lot closer to World War III than most people think. It's just a simulation anyway. Yeah, well, you know, the smartest people on Earth can't prove that it isn't a simulation. But yeah, people don't understand. I don't think people have the appreciation of how close to a world conflict this actually is. We are, in my opinion, and I wasn't alive during the Cold War, but I think we are closer than we've ever been to a Cold War. So you can see towards Haifa, it does look like there are some of these getting through. So you can see like that one got through. So what we're looking for is that these, of course, are the missiles coming in. These are the Iranian ones. And then we'll start seeing in the bottom here, we'll start seeing where the Israelis are engaging. But you can see 2 got through there. And then you can see 1 down to the left here get struck, and then 1 get through too. So it may get struck, and then the like the missiles still come through. What am I meaning? Oh my god, I'm so wrecked. That it breaks apart and still causes some damage, but of course it won't have the amount of energy that it would have had if it stayed together. Barback, 19 months of great reporting. Thank you, Barback. I hope that you're really, really well. Debris. Oh my god, that's the word I could not find. Right, someone just sent me footage on Signal. Jordan 10 minutes ago. Have a look. So, yeah, we have a heap of ballistic missiles over Jordan right now. 10 minutes ago we have missiles over Jordan, so these are the ones that will be reaching. Why do Iranian missiles look so much slower than Russian? Because the technology is nowhere near as good. Someone says that the rumours no nuclear sites were hit, making the Israeli mission failed. What do you think? Well, this is the problem, and this is what I've said, is those nuclear sites are going to be incredibly difficult to actually damage, and if you don't take them out, well, what do you think their number one priority is going to be now? And if they do have a system, they're going to bloody use it. So atmospheric interceptor launches as well over Haifa at the moment. So this is Haifa. Yeah, I can actually tell that's Haifa because I spent many months in Haifa. And then you can see where the ballistics are in the atmosphere, and you'll see this like beautiful, almost like a bulb come as these get intercepted. Random nobody, get yourself a coffee, mate. Yeah, I think I might. So just give me a minute. I might just go, might go boil the kettle and then try and get a coffee because I'm destroyed. But yeah, it is a concern. As someone asked before, what happens if these facilities aren't targeted or aren't successfully destroyed? Well, big problem. Big problem. So remember, lads, if you're here, hit like, pump the chat a little bit. Of course, we've only just gone live. We've gone live 15 minutes ago, so we're still very new in this. So, yeah. There's attempts by Israel to assassinate the Houthi leader in Yemen. We don't know about the success. Right, gentlemen, I'm going to go boil the kettle, grind some coffee beans. I'll be back, but while I'm gone, get the chat going, pump the likes, and I'll be back in. Give me just a couple of minutes and I'll have more footage for you then too. Sorry, that's my bad. Sorry, I said I'm back. We have our coffee. We've got everything that we needed. So, right, let's have a refresh of this and see what else is happening. Remember, pump up the chat, get the likes going. Someone said he's back. The Mossad has released him. So, it's unclear yet if the Houthi military chief has been targeted or not. Command says nothing much to report here, aside from the fact it was quiet all day. This attack is very much expected to be somewhat big or planned to ruin sleep. Yes, that was donated in shekel, so from Israel. And it has been surprisingly quiet all day for Israel, like what we expect. So, yeah, we are expecting to see this as a very, very large attack, as you can see, going on currently. So wait out on that, and we'll have more. So what I've actually done is I've made myself a coffee. So, gentlemen, cheers me. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is as safe as can be. But then, because that'll cool off too quick, I've just put some boiling water in like a little thermos container so I can fill us up halfway through. But, oh, sorry. That was loud. I don't have headphones on. And then I'll have to go to the bathroom halfway through having a large black coffee. Something on loop in the background. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it must be on this one. Do we still have the oof? Do we still have the oof? Wait one. I can't hear it. Okay, it's gone. It must have been on the other slide. My bad. But yes, we are up. We are up early, and we are waiting to see results of these Iranian attacks heading in. So there's blasts in Iran right now, and there are missiles that have hit Haifa in Israel. Some of these strikes right here that we are seeing. Critique Al Doom. Hey Willie, hope you're well. I was wondering if you could go into when THAAD versus Iron Dome will be used against incoming projectiles. Look, Critique Al Doom, I'm not by any means whatsoever an expert on air defense. But the Iron Dome was more for slow-moving, lower projectiles. So things like the rockets that we see coming out of areas like Gaza, Lebanon, drones, bits like that. When we're talking ballistic systems and getting them much higher, using things then like FABs. So if you'd like, yes, the new chat everyone can put is oof. Everyone can pump oof if they'd like. So let's see if we have any more footage. People are claiming that there's 3 F-35s down. I haven't seen any actual footage of them yet. If you can point me in the direction of any evidence of this, let me know. But I'm not seeing anything that's actually like 100% confirmed. And our threshold for aircraft is high. This is, according to Ozin, a oil refinery in northern Israel is on fire from the strikes. And then Alexandra said, off topic, but if Germany won World War II, how do you think the Cold War between Germany and the US would have went? Similarly, German win or a stalemate? Oh, let me have a think how the Cold War would have gone. Well, it would have been, you would have had capitalism, fascism, democracy, fascism working in play. how much differently would have it gone? I don't really know. You'd have very different people, of course, in charge. But the biggest thing would be that Germany would have achieved like European hegemony, and they would have been looking across at the UK. I'm sure. So I guess we'll see. Not we'll see. I guess we may have seen, but we didn't have that situation. So I'm just trying to find you any more footage. So this was some of the first footage that we had seen of then the ballistics coming in, but I guarantee as it goes, we will see more footage of these as we got yesterday, and I'm sure as you've seen it, some of those ballistics striking like right in the centre of Tel Aviv. A Red Dragon, hopefully the chat is all thing. 6 degrees in Melbourne and my Johnson was barely visible on a P4. Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, man, that's why I'm dressed in a big jacket. It is absolutely freezing cold. I hope you are doing well. It is very, very cold here too. Max, welcome to level 1, mate. Thank you very much. Scott from Squatsons has the original video. Okay, let me go and find that. Commando unit says no sirens in Tel Aviv yet. As far as I've seen, the alarms are all for northern Israel. But you've got to remember that these areas are very, very close, realistically. If you're going at the speed of a ballistic missile, Haifa to Tel Aviv is nothing. It's nothing of a drive anyway. Right, we have some more footage of the oil refinery. Right, so this is in Haifa. The oil storage facility struck in Tehran. Oh, sorry, stuck. Wait, am I reading this wrong? Struck by Tehran, sorry. An oil storage facility struck in Tehran by an Israeli strike. Okay, that was a massive tongue twister. So, yes, there are both sides now going after like economic targets. So one thing that we're going to see is we are likely going to see oil absolutely now skyrocket. So this is the sky over Jordan, as I was telling you about. So more footage is coming out as we speak. Malaki Gallagher, thank you for becoming a Big Willie, Mega Willie member. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate that. So what we're going to do too is we're going to go have a look at the oil prices as well in a minute. As well, Legends, we have 2,000 viewers, but 700 likes. Make sure you get on that like. Willie, those real quad nods? No, they're not real quad nods. They'd better be about $50,000 and illegal in Australia. Red Dragon, thank you for becoming a member of the chat. Remember, Legends, if you want to support me up early and obviously very fatigued, as you can hear me slurring my voice, if you want to support me, Super Chat, PayPal, that is the best way, and I really, really appreciate that. Helps me being up this early and working now a very, very long day. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is at Haifa as well. Let's just roll back just a little bit. So northern Israel, Haifa is definitely under attack. And we can see arrivals too. Thing is too, it is likely, yeah, you can see those arrivals down in the bottom left just then, in here, cursor is. Thing is too, the longer Iran can sustain this, the more, not only more chances, but the more worn down that the Israeli air defenses will be. So the longer this goes on, the more that are going to start getting through, because I don't believe that this can be refilled at this sort of pace either. I'm not sure if it is illegal. I wouldn't be too sure on that. I know some of it is legal, but I'm not sure if there is a limit at like the generation of it that is legal or not. Okay, this is the oil refinery at Haifa. For those who watched me when I was back in Haifa, this looks like where my Airbnb was, looking straight across at this. Right, let me okay, so I've got to admit, we haven't seen the oil price react in the way as high as we thought that it may. It's at 74. It's still a lot, but of course this is back on 13th. So we are the 15th at the moment. So yeah, I reckon in the next couple of days, once different markets open, whatever, we will start seeing these definitely increase also. Red Dragon, thank you for upgrading your membership to Average Willie. You are now the average. Let's see if you can. Let's see if we can peer pressure him into becoming a Mega Willie. It says our Rising Squad. What have we missed? You haven't actually missed much. We know that there is strikes currently into northern Israel, and there are strikes into Tehran as well. We know there's Shahran oil depot in western Tehran. This is it now on fire. And Tommy D is Mega Willie all the way. Yeah, we're trying to at the moment in the chat. We are trying to shame Red Dragon into becoming a Mega Willie. Someone just forget Mega Willie, mate. If I was in the States, I back in the day I would have voted for Trump. But I tell you, a lot of people should be disappointed with some of the results we've got so far from that. So this is again Tehran on fire. And more strikes into Tehran. This page is somewhat not posting a lot of the stuff that's happening in Israel, but I will keep up to date on some other pages as we see those strikes too. What we do know is that Israel is clamping down on their censorship of any strikes. So we do know that they have been really saying do not post, don't release any locations. So the amount of footage we're getting is, or potentially is going to be less. Information blackout, yeah. But the thing is with the information blackout is you can never truly black it out. As much as these states would like them to, they'll never truly be able to do it. Red Dragon, we have pressured him into becoming a Mega Willie. Let's see if we can pressure Red Dragon into becoming a Stop It's Too Big. RN 1441, it said this war never would have happened if Trump was Prezi. Oh wait, yeah. Well, that was where a lot of people are feeling a bit betrayed. Is that Trump he ran on the promise of no more wars, ending Ukraine very quickly. I know the 1 day thing that was a throwaway line. Like if you say, oh, if I had $1 million, but he did mean quick, not 100 days or more now, and Ukraine-Russia is further away from ending than it was when he got in. And the longer the Ukraine-Russia war goes on, the further it will actually be from Russia wanting to make peace, due to the attritional nature of that war, which is a huge problem. And this war has just started. The Israel-Iran war has just begun. So if you guys were to say, what do you think will be the next steps in this conflict? But it will be crazy to see what the response continues, because one thing I will say is Iran has been able to fire a hell of a lot of missiles towards Israel. Shirana says, did Iran strike an F-35? Mentioning a female pilot is strangely specific. Mr. Brenner, I haven't seen anything that you would say is anywhere close to confirmation of that. Remember, my threshold is very high. Mentioning a female pilot, yeah, that can be for informational purposes also. But maybe look, the Houthis apparently almost took down an F-35. The Americans have said that Houthis almost took down an F-35. So the Americans have said that Houthis almost took one down. So the Serbs took down an F-117 back in the day with far worse weapons. And I know an F-35 is slightly better stealth than F-117, but modern air defense is way better than those systems were. So it's absolutely within possibility. It's within possibility. I don't believe any of the sources that I've seen. So Israel is crippling Iran's economy. So now striking oil facilities and infrastructure. And of course, we see oil facilities in Israel getting hit as well. What the hell is Iran's air defense doing? Iran's air defense got really struck hard day one, hacked, hit with intelligence operations, everything. What I will say is over the past 24 hours, so the first 24 hours, it seemed that there was zero Iranian air defense. And then it seems that the Iranian air defense actually came online a little bit in the past 24 hours. And I think a lot of people saw that, which is wild. Israel attempted to assassinate senior Houthi leader in Yemen. They tried to target the Houthi leader in Yemen, as far as I am aware. I could be wrong on that, but that's what at least I've thought. But yeah, it does seem that the air defense did come back online just a bit. I'm not saying therefore it took away the ability for Israel to drop bombs, but yeah. As you can see, this is the Shahran oil depot west of Tehran. It's fully engulfed in flames. So, yeah, Israel is striking economic targets of Iran. And then, of course, this will have huge economic impact around the world too, crippling their economy. So, this has gone beyond just strategic targets, as far as military strategic targets, as far as missile bases and maybe potentially nuclear facilities, now into economic facilities. So remember all those EU leaders who spoke about you can't strike dual use or economic targets? Well, here you go. I know people don't like it, but I just think we need to apply standards the same everywhere. And we don't at all. We have an inequality of compassion. We have a hierarchy of suffering. Thank you, EJ Floyd, mate, for gifting people the subs. It'd be fantastic. David says Iran has S400 battery. As far as I'm aware, they don't have S400 yet. I think it was on the way. I think same with some of the Su aircraft, but I'm not particularly sure. It wasn't that clear. So I'm just going to refill. This is probably going to spill everywhere, so I'll let you guys see me burn myself. Oh no, you got to be aggressive with it. You can't pussyfoot it. There's a little bit more in there. Refilling my coffee with some more boiling water. Yes, it'll be weakened, but at least it'll be hot again. Do you reckon Israel will use nukes at some point? That is something that someone was talking to me about yesterday and said one of their predictions, and this is someone I trust a lot, is that these Israeli strikes aren't going to have a lot of the effect that they're hoping, and that what they maybe have to do to actually take out some of these facilities is use nuclear weapons. And what would then be the Western reaction if Israel justify using nukes? No idea. Again, the EU will send a stern message. That'll be the extent. They'll say we don't want escalation, but that'll be it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what air defense system it is. They can all get overwhelmed. They don't have that many rockets on board. And this is one of the things. This is the thing these days with you will hear me say that quantity is a quality of its own. In modern warfare with drones, air defense, missiles, quantity is the quality. And this is one thing that I think the Russian defense industry has right due to this war, due to the war we're seeing in Ukraine. What they have right is their industry is just going for mass. So we see the Russians are producing 4 times the West in just stuff. Now, I'm not saying that is then equal quality of stuff, but what I'm saying is in an attritional nature of war where that stuff is getting destroyed all the time, it doesn't matter because I have not seen a T-80 significantly underperform an Abrams on the battlefield. I have not seen 151 shells significantly underperform 155. And that is one of the things, it's just mass. And that is where I think we need to swing a lot of our effort. The problem with that is a lot of our privatized military industry gets paid off R&D, and they want to keep developing that rather than just pumping out more mass. Red Dragon, thank you for gifting memberships, brother. We appreciate that. And Kiki, thank you for becoming a member. Right, I'm just trying to find some footage. Remember, I click onto this, onto my face, then just to have a look at some footage. Right, so we do have some very wild footage in Haifa coming out. Right, so this is in Haifa. You can see in the background some of these diamond shapes of the ballistics coming in. But wait, we'll go back to the start. You can see a ballistic then having a direct impact right in the beginning here too. Right there. The early days of Gaza was amazing, really. Well, it wasn't amazing for everyone, but the live streams was wild, wasn't it? Can I ask someone, when does the markets open for oil? Like, when will we get updated numbers on Brent crude oil? Oil fields getting slammed. Oil fields are getting slammed everywhere. This is Haifa. This is Israel. You can see direct impact there too. What do we believe? Tomorrow, 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. my time, Jack. 8 a.m. 8 for Eastern markets. Asian markets open as Australia Monday morning. Okay, so the market's going to still be 24 hours away. Is that right? Iranian hypersonics in Tamra, Israel. So this is Tamra, Israel, hypersonics. Well, Iranian ballistics at least coming in. Hypersonics become just fucking quick when they come into thicker air. Studio Reyna, this war doesn't seem to have any doctrinal precedence. Israel can use nukes, but Pakistan can too. This is how this gets out of control, Studio Reyna. This is our concern, is that this gets like, where is the limits? And yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, man. You've hit the nail on the head. And as my other contact has said, is at what point, if Iran can continue striking and their nuclear facilities haven't been damaged, what do they then do? And could we see Israel then justify having to use a nuclear system against nuclear facilities? Someone says, I'm concerned that Israel can't handle this without nukes. And that is a concern of a lot of people, is that if their air defense starts really wearing down, Iran still continues to firing, potentially other countries start stepping in, people are then concerned that they'll resort to that. Zachary Seed says, why did Wagner leave Mali? Was it things going that bad? No, it's been taken over by smaller contingents of local and Africa Corps, as far as I'm aware. Oil is indicated 79 for Brent crude. Is that in futures oil? Let me have a look. I'll look on my phone. Remember, that oil pricing going up, that is, Putin will be happy about that for his economy. I don't know how to see oil futures. $120 is the cap in America. I wonder what it will go to. I've heard people say that the oil could go to like 200 a barrel. If areas in the Middle East start getting absolutely hit, if the Strait of Hormuz gets shut down, or even just a huge increase in things like insurance in that area, that it's going to change quickly. Right, sorry, I'm just going to have a look at some footage. So the strikes so far have been in northern Israel. Yeah, we don't have any new footage at the moment. Remember, legends, there is 2,800 of you and 1,000 likes, so hit like if you haven't yet. AMK mapping is back. Right. Well, let's hope AMK mapping had some very, very deserved sleep. Where is he back? Right, we have AMK back, so he will be catching up on everything. He's been offline for the best part of 20 hours, so we'll get an idea. Saudi wants their oil position back, man. If I lived in the Middle East and I was Muslim, I'd feel so betrayed by the governments not sticking together. Like, if I lived in Palestine or I lived in Iran, whatever, I'd be like, hang on, aren't we like all one under God and this and that and inshallah? And then this happens and the Saudis are like, well, we were capitalized on the oil with the US. Bye-bye. Safe the Knife. Thank you for becoming an average Willie member. And Human Voicemail says, like the stream equals one prayer for Netanyahu. I think Human the Voice, we might get a lot of likes and dislikes on that. Thank you for your donation. Red Dragon says, no nukes in Israel, never, nothing to see here. Yeah, it was a little bit ambiguous about how those nuclear weapons became obtained. What are your chances Iran begs Russia to get an Orishnik? They may beg them for it, but they won't give it to it. I'm a proud American, but disgusted in our government. Mate, the more I find out about our governments and everything going on, the more and more I get disgusted. Once you sort of start educating yourself on some things, you're going, oh my God, how did we do this? And you start seeing a lot of blatant hypocrisy, which you're like, well, no wonder a lot of the world doesn't want to work with us anymore. From the PayPal, remember the pinned comment, that is the best way. From the PayPal, Anaban Gupta says, keep up the stellar work. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. Cheers. Do you see a third party interfering on the side of Iran? Not beyond a state like, actors like the Houthis in Yemen, but not much more than that. So this is guests at a wedding in Lebanon watching then missiles come over the top from Iran heading towards Israel. Do you really believe Iran could win against Israel? No, I don't believe Iran can win against Israel. But the other question is, can Israel win against Iran? Because what I've been saying is people overestimate strategic strikes. Strategic strikes are incredibly costly on your opponent, this and that, okay? I'm not saying that. But to win wars. Wars are only ever won unless your opponent backs down, which I think Israel is trying to force Iran into a corner with their strikes, or you seize, hold, and exploit territory by ground operations. So I don't know. I can't see there being a winner unless one side backs down. And that's not going to happen unless the other side's regime is completely dismantled. I think Israel's best hope in having a win is that the pressure they put on Iran is so great that there's then internal opposition. But yeah, they did have a nice pool at the wedding. I hope that that lovely couple is having a good day. Right, we are back on AMK. He has not updated his Twitter as of yet, but we do know Mr. AMK is back, so we'll wait on that. So, Iran, they are promising heavy blows. Sam Murphy, no nukes in Israel, so no need for them to sign a non-proliferation treaty. Exactly. We don't need to sign it if we don't have them. Which we know it is highly likely that Israel does have nuclear weapons. Thank you, Sam, for your donation. Studio says, if both sides aren't willing to launch ground operations, then nobody wins. BB is hiding in Greece, so a coup is possible in Israel too. Well, yeah, there is real threat of internal unrest in Israel as well. Yeah, it is more steady there, but don't think that a year and a half of war is popular, and it is super expensive. Cities getting struck, so wait on that. YYYKKK, thank you for the memberships. We really appreciate that. People will greatly appreciate that. Remember, if you want to pump up the chat, get that going, then we'll hit 3,000 viewers. Right, so for those who are unaware, we have economic targeting right now. So we have Israel targeting oil fields in Iran, and we have Iran targeting oil facilities and other economic facilities in northern Israel, mostly around Haifa at the moment. And I'll show you some more footage of this in a sec. Max Paposcu, thank you for the super chat. Right, let's see. So we're seeing bits and pieces like this. This is in Tehran. Oh, sorry. We can see these oil areas, economic facilities on fire. We saw this coming over Lebanon of the missiles coming in. We've seen apparently targeted assassinations against Houthi commander. Heavy says, with leadership decapitation in Iran, is Israel hoping to stoke an uprising of the Iranian people? I believe so, Heavy. I think they're trying to get Iran into such a mess with leadership, military politics, and economics that there will be an uprising and an overthrow. If that's going to happen, well, we're yet to see it. Jackson Star, I believe the US would be flying B-52 bombers, dropping GBU-57 munitions long before Israel needed to use nukes. Potentially, Jackson, I agree, but we don't know. We don't truly know how far the Trump administration is willing to go on this. So I guess we will see. We will see. Okay, let me find you some more footage. So this is some of the footage here. This is Israel getting struck by missiles as well. So you can see multiple of these are getting through. And as I've said, the longer this goes on, the more and more strikes that we will actually see start coming through. Right, I'm starting to wake up now that I've got some coffee in me. I know a couple of Iranian colleagues. They love Iran, but hate the Islamic regime. Well, that's for good reason, mate. I can completely see how people love their country and hate their regime, especially with what we see happening with some radical regimes in Iran and where Iran used to be. I'm not sure how old your colleagues are, but if your colleagues, are middle-aged or older, they'll remember a very different Iran, or grew up in a very different Iran to what it is now. Yaha Adam says that statement can be said for any government. It can be. I currently don't like the regime in Australia, but it's not like our regime is, currently taking people out and having morality police. But what I will say is in some of the directions I see it going, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in a couple of decades, honestly. Soren says, thanks for the amazing content. My wife died of cancer a year ago. Treatment is a bitch. Mate, Soren, I'm incredibly sorry to hear about the loss of your wife. I hope that you and your family are doing as well as can be. Incredibly sorry to hear that. I hope you were really doing well, man. He says, keep doing what you're doing. I watch your videos every morning. Thank you, Soren. I hope, I don't know what else to say other than I hope that you're well, and I'm incredibly sorry for your loss. And, mate, if you get anything, any comfort or whatever out of my videos, mate, that is enough. That's better than any amount of remuneration or anything I get from YouTube. So thank you. That really motivates me too. Why is Iran so weak? It is not an economic powerhouse. It has a extreme government. And there's a paper I read. There was a study paper I read, and my memory is going to be failing on me because I read it about a year ago. But it's basically explaining why a lot of the Arab states are so weak militarily. It has a lot to do with different hierarchies, experience in some conflict and with wars, and certain ideologies, a lot of stuff. But then it also can explain why some are so powerful with so little as well. Joe Jacko, given how predictable these strikes were, why do you think Iran didn't purchase more S-3-400 from Russia, like in return for Shahed drones? See, there's this idea, Jacko, that the Shahed drones that we see just bought from Iran and going and firing into Ukraine. That's not the case. What was purchased was the license to build an analog of that. So Russia purchased that, then they built Garan, which is effectively the same thing, but it's not like there was constant money flow. They got the system and then just made an analog of the system. Why do you think they didn't have more air defense? Well, yeah, any country should have heaps of air defense, but there's limits on money and operators and all sorts. S-400 from Russia, there'd be a lot of concerns about that top-end equipment going into states. And as we always see, it's an example, say Ukraine, for example, of this. They didn't want to give Patriot for a long time and blah, blah, blah. Same on any export equipment. But yeah, there's they did have a lot of like S-300, but a lot of it was disabled very early. Omega says, how are you doing? Been watching since your first Israel lives. Thank you, mate. I'm doing well. I'm very, very fatigued at the moment, but otherwise doing great. And happy Sunday for those who are waking up. Tyler Wills, thank you, mate. He says, this is part of World War III, but the flashpoint will be Turkey invading Greece. This will happen after Erdogan. So Tyler says the flashpoint of World War III will be then inter-Europe war. Potentially, we may see. But as I've said, I don't think we're in World War III, but I think we're in Cold War II. Zachary said, is the S-400 meaningfully superior to the Patriots? We don't have that information on hand. We don't know. The only difference in... sorry, not the only difference. I believe there is a short and long-range targeting module for them, but as far as are they better, very, very few people in the world would actually know that too. Is there going to be a second round tonight? Yes. I believe that's highly likely. Another Iranian ballistic missile barrage is expected shortly, okay? So we know that off, alarms going off. Israeli Defense Minister has posted on his Twitter saying Tehran is burning. Right, we'll get more footage soon as those hypersonics come. Hillbilly says, miss the lives and you definitely enjoy the Willy. Thank you, Hillbilly, mate. Appreciate that. Son of Leviathan, welcome back. I see you in here a lot. I fear the lack of nukes being used. It's as if we live in an Orwellian permanent Cold War. high tech, low trust society. I think 70% of Gen Z doesn't fear nukes. Maybe using them now isn't a bad outcome. And I do think we live in the state of permanent war, MAD, all of that, like MAD, treaty. It is crazy. Gen Z doesn't fear nukes. I think Gen Z too have a different view on the world to a lot due to levels of fear around climate and distrust in governments and everything. So yeah, it's a different world for sure. There are confirmed hits in Haifa. Yeah, there's absolutely hits in Haifa. I'll show you them in a second. Just let me find the video. So this is arrivals at the facility in Haifa. So you can see engaging from air defense. You can see some engaged, but absolutely some of these are getting through. Right, let me just have a quick scroll and see if there's anything new being updated across other apps. But what we don't want when people talk about nuclear weapons is what we don't want is then to trigger larger. What we don't want is then justification of nukes here and then we have justification of nukes in other areas. Someone buy some Raytheon stock. Jordan has closed its airspace. Jordan loves to say they close their airspace and then there's Israeli jets targeting over. So no, they close their airspace, but it's not real. Arglock says, "Love you, really been a minute since I caught you live." Well, welcome. Right, Haifa's skies lit up with Iranian missiles. There are fires in Jordan from missiles being intercepted. Right, I just want to click off this so I can have a look because there are more videos coming out now of Haifa. Guys, yeah, if you don't use Telegram and you want to keep up with war, well, you really, really need to. So if you're wondering, this is what the sky is looking like at the moment, or was looking like, and there's another barrage of missiles on the way. And we will have the sun start coming up in a couple of hours. So you can see fires in Haifa at the moment. So this is... Okay, so this is from Haifa, apparently showing an airburst warhead. So Haifa is in Israel, by the way. So 16 seconds in, you'll see them come right to left of your screen. Here we come. See right there? See, that may not be. It may have hit like a power line. So the first one gets through, unintercepted. And then the next one, oh no, that's way higher than a power line would be. Yeah, apparently people are saying has then airburst. I don't know. I'm not sure if any of you guys know what that exactly is. Do we think it's airburst or interception maybe? As I've been saying for a while, and I know sometimes I'm a broken record on this, Ukraine should be concerned about the level of air defense which is going to be available for them now. Low interception, people are saying. The motor blowing up. Could have hit a bird. I think it'd go straight through a bird. This is the thing. Remember what I say about strikes is strikes, warfare in general, simultaneous and successive. And if you can keep successive attacks, the pressure on, that is what then has, I hate using the words like positive effect in war, but like if you know what I mean, like effect on target is you want to have successive strikes, like keep going. Because then it wears down air defense, you start getting through, and that's what we'll see both Israel and Iran try and do. And of course, you want it simultaneous, so you're overwhelming areas, and then successive to wear that down too. Reed says my sources confirmed bird strike. Exactly, same sources as all YouTubers apparently have. Right, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just scrolling at the moment, and then I'll bring stuff up. I just don't scroll while I'm on in case, something comes up. So this is Western Galilee area. So apparently there is a second wave inbound at the moment. I'm just trying to look on the, I'll just quickly look on the app and see what is coming in. What's it called? Oh, shit, what is Red Alert? There we go. Right, so Northern Israel is all red. Haven't seen anything around Upper Galilee, Wadi area. Yeah, nothing around Tel Aviv yet, so we will see. I think what we saw before where that was it looked like an airburst. What it actually was there's new technology that the IDF is using. So the IDF actually has imported some technology out of Eastern Europe, and what this technology is actually these 75-year-old babushkas, and they give them a tin of beans, and then they throw the tin of beans at supersonic missiles and planes coming in, and that actually can have successful strikes. They also sometimes get someone's grandfather with a shotgun, and that takes down supersonic aircraft too. So we can see a lot of these ballistics getting through. Like I know a lot are getting intercepted, but that is the thing around using en masse. You can see this strike right in here. A tin of cucumbers. Yeah, exactly. A tin of pickles. But I think legitimately a tin of those pickles that have been in Babushka's basement for years, that's lethal anyway, to be honest. And the vodka that they can drink. There is nothing better in the world than drinking vodka with a babushka. So it's being described as a missile shower. IDF has struck the Malek Ashtar University in Tehran. And this is what that a lot of the world is looking at. They're going, well, you're striking in universities, and then you have the hypocrisy to talk about other areas. So Glenn, the lawyer, he never got back to me. He never got back to me about the legality of striking nuclear scientists. I'll message him through. I've only messaged him out of work hours, so wait on that. He'll probably get back to me through the week. The military lawyer we have on the page occasionally talking about the legalities of some of this. Derek says, we've been out working my land today. Just logged in and I see the world's on fire today. Hey, Derek, mate, I hope you're well. Yes, the world's on fire, but you're a real man. You have land. You've been out working your land. You make me feel like pussy. I'm telling you, in the world we're coming into, Derek, you probably have the right idea by having your own land. It's probably what we need. Someone says if the US is your ally, it's legal. Yeah. The IDF has just posted this up here of the IDF's targets versus Iran's targets. As far as they're saying, Iran's homeschool civilians and the IDF mill command and nuclear air defense, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to see someone then add Gaza on the side of this too. Who will run out of rockets first? Iran or Israel, ballistics or interceptors? Mate, that's hard to know of who would actually run out of missiles first. Who will run out of interceptors first for missiles is definitely Iran. But will Iran have more missiles, like offensive missiles, than Israel will have defensive? Again, we don't know. We don't know the numbers, but potentially so. If they've got a few thousand ballistics, I absolutely doubt that Israel has a few thousand Patriots and Thads. Yakov Kazentsev says, for the PMC, mate, on the PayPal. Thank you, brother. Thanks for the PayPal donation, man. Remember that link at the top of the chat here. You see, that is the best way to support me. That's direct support too. Time to start collecting tin food. I know, I thought those preppers were crazy back in the day, but I tell you, the world we're stepping into. Right, I'm just scrolling to have a look. Right, let me see if there's anything new on these pages. The head of Israel's internal intelligence, Shin Bet, Ronan Bar, has resigned. Okay, I wonder why. Typically, resignations like that is you're sort of told to resign. This is an oil refinery in Tehran as we speak. We know a lot of oil is on fire. Do PMCs have some untapped potential or just a fad? Now, I think PMCs are going to get used more and more and more as with the rise of like social media, that countries are going to have so much criticism doing state level operations that there's going to be a lot more rise of PMCs. I spoke about this. This was strikes from yesterday. I spoke about this maybe 2 years ago. And I said that I think we'll see a lot more PMCs due to the unpopularity of war from states, or at least not war, but more operations being done. Aussie Rudisha, thank you for the donation, brother. Appreciate that, man. In euros or in pound? No, euro, and you're Aussie. So I hope you're enjoying your holiday or living internationally. So Trey Yinkst, he has said, I asked about American support and coordination to a senior Israeli intelligence official, and they said, we are fully coordinated. The US is standing beside Israel is unprecedented, and we feel it. So they declined the specifics of the coordination, but we know there's full coordination between the US and Israel. Bosman, big up to you, brother. Truly the only channel I follow and trust. Appreciate your work massively. Thank you, Bosman. Really appreciate that, man. Hope you're well as well, man. Right, so there are a second wave of attacks, and we should get those through soon. Right, so I don't think we've got any really new footage. I'm just having a look now before I show you. Right, Son of Leviathan says, wouldn't the Gulf states benefit if the Strait of Hormuz is cut off? Saudi would make a lot of money. Some states would make a lot, some would not make anything. So that is part of the problem. But there's a lot that comes out of that area as well. So, yeah, there's pros and cons to anything like that, but that price going up can definitely help, but it does limit the amount that they can pump out too, and then other states can start going above their OPEC quotas too. Alan M, thank you for your donation, has said Israel can't keep up. It's a tough fight against eastern countries. Iran uses cheap missiles, and Israel's countermeasures cost at least 40 times more. Iran aims for civilians. Israel targets military sites. I think there's a lot of questionable targeting that has gone on over the past 18 years. Especially with knowing about massive casualties. But this is one of the things, is if you use cheap missiles, you use cheap offensive systems, and then your countermeasures are significantly more expensive, it is a huge, huge problem. And we've seen this with just the drone warfare in Israel-Russia, whether the cheap drones going either way and the countermeasures super, super expensive. Jordan Costar says, has Knight Rider gone to rehab? I think he may have. What is the flight time from Iran to Israel for these missiles? I don't actually know. Not long. They're going incredibly quickly. How slow do these missiles look compared to Otter-Schneck? Yeah, this is nothing compared to Otter-Schneck. What do you think about Patrick Lancaster? I don't follow him at all. Speaking of PMCs, have you ever heard about how privateers could be viable against China in a conflict? I've had no real... I've never spoken to anyone about like the viability of private like PMCs against China in conflict. To be honest, the effectiveness of complete states' armies against conflict with China is questionable at this point too, given, you know how we just spoke about that there's this quantity versus quality thing? Well, you know how NATO is concerned about the quantity that Russia is pumping out? Like NATO chief, he says Russia's pumping out 4x. And I said, if Russia can pump out 4x with their economy and their industrial capacity, well, then I guarantee you China can pump out 10 or 20x that. Like China's industrial capacity compared to then like Russia's for things like that is insane. Mark Huffman, thank you for the PayPal, mate. I appreciate that. As well as Scott Shipley, thank you for the donation on PayPal as well. Really appreciate that. And Vivian Foffey, appreciate your PayPal too. Thank you. I didn't check that for a while. An Aussie Radisha is extraterrestrial observer. Okay, thank you. Alan M says, stop, you can't normalise embedding military infrastructure amongst populations. Go back to the region, both sides, learn for yourself. I've been to many, many areas, and you have a lot of military infrastructure that sits within populations in many, many wars around the world. But there is certain standards as well of striking areas and what's called NCV, of non-combatant casualty values as well. And we have seen, and I've spoken about this, that there are areas where there will be a single military infrastructure, or not even infrastructure, like a military target, but they will know there'll be 300 civilian CAS, and then it is struck. And there's a lot of people saying that proportionality doesn't meet some of the military standards, even given the standards of targeting in areas like Iraq. And same as things like using food and water as a weapon too. All I say is we need to have the standard that we've got. The standard which is set is I actually think good enough, but no one ever enforces it. And Alan says the standards apply to both sides. Yes, Alan, I agree, but this is my problem. Is the standards apply to both sides? And the standard that you want to apply onto your adversary, you need to apply to yourself. And what I'm saying is we don't at all. And that is where this is further cementing areas like things like BRICS. So I don't have any updates at the moment. Let me go back to this and then I'll have a bit of a scroll and see. So if the Shiran oil depot has been destroyed in Iran, it holds 260 million litres of oil. So I wonder how that's going to go for the environmentalists. If 260 million litres of oil on fire. Jack Stone, thank you for the donation. It said nationalism has resulted in everyone hating their governments. Why can't an Aussie or Brit travel to the US without a visa or vice versa? Half the borders in the world were drawn by the British. I think it is ridiculous that Aussies have to go, have to have a visa to go to countries like America. It's ridiculous. I once got stopped at the border in Heathrow Airport and got full on shaken down. And I was like, are you fucking serious, mate? I'm like, we're both in the Commonwealth. I'm literally, at the time, I was in the army. I was like, mate, what the fuck? And I don't think it's nationalism. I think it's a lack of, to be honest. Alan says the standard becomes meaningless when one side creates conditions where winning is impossible without breaking the rules set by nations in a post-security mindset. That's the thing, is if there's a standard, there's the standard regardless. And you not to the degree that we have seen. And that's why I've seen a huge shift in people's outlook on these conflicts. Christopher Sapala, thank you for your donation, mate. Appreciate that. So we've got hundreds of thousands of litres of oil currently up in flames. Oh. So Sam Murphy, love the work you do on YouTube. I'm sorry about the tumour. And sadly has had a family member with cancer. Sorry, I was just reading the rest of your message. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam, on the PayPal, mate. I really, really appreciate that. Cheers. Alan says, I'd totally stop you at JFK. Those shifty dark blue eyes and cheekbones keep my daughters away. Thank you, Alan. I don't have any cheekbones. What the fuck is that noise? I think it's a street sweeper. Thank you, Alan. No worse than Nord Stream. Nord Stream was apparently the worst man-made environmental disaster ever, and everyone ignored it. I wonder why. I like how Ursula von der Leyen was like, we will bring justice to this, blah, blah, blah. And then the truth came out about Nord Stream and it's like, let's ignore that. Let's build solar panels instead while there's a billion litres of oil of gas floating around. So in Sana, yeah, there was targeting of the Houthi chief. As far as anything more than that, we don't know. There is some saying that he's been eliminated, others saying that he hasn't been. Oh, my coffee's gone cold. Yuck. Ugh. Just bitter now. Right, I'm just sorry if I'm quiet. I'm just trying to look and see if there is anything. No, we don't have anything new for the last couple of minutes. We do believe that there are more strikes en route, but all we know is a lot of these tend to be economic strikes at this point. Someone asked, what is the buzzing? Chinese Roombas are rolling to get you. No, it's not. It's not Xi Jinping's Roombas. It's a street sweeper went past my house. I had no idea what it was. What did I say yesterday? Let's not. Don't let this distract you that Xi Jinping is going to be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines, as well as Artem Oleknikov. Thank you for the work you do. Best analytics on the internet. Thank you, Artem, on the PayPal. I appreciate that, brother. $1.80 a litre for fuel here in Australia. We may definitely see impact on this. Are the Iranians targeting? The Iranians almost targeted me when I was in northern Israel. I had that drone come right past me. Willie, hi from South Africa. G'day, Secure Intelligence. Hope you're doing well, brother. Okay, within the hour, we're expecting another large Iranian ballistic missile barrage within the hour. So wait out on that. So yeah, it's still going. This is not ended by any means. Skill, all good, brother. Thank you for doing. No, thank you, mate. Drones hunting gingers. Exactly. Missiles are already impacting. Right. Okay, so we'll get more updates as they roll through. Let me scroll my Telegram. Remember, if you're not on the Telegram, come and follow me, Willie OAM Real, as well as I recommend go follow AMK Mapping. Marcus Amering, thank you for the PayPal donation. Asks, could you provide main source you use on Twitter, Telegram for the Israel conflict? I use a bit of everyone. I use Squatson's AMK mapping. I use official sources, of course, open source Intel, which is the page you'll see me on occasionally. I just use a little bit of everything, and then I try and overlap that information. So if an official source says X, I try and find like an opposing source who may confirm it. Yes, that means we might be a little bit slower, but it gives us a better threshold for being correct on things. Alan M says, if you croak, I'm going to cry 3 times as long as I did for Hitch. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, when oh my God, when Hitchens died, that was a big thing for me too. Thanks, mate. Remember that the propaganda machines are going wild as well. Bots, people, even just people pushing propaganda. That's what I said, like on the first days of this, was just wait, because everyone's trying to exploit and capitalize on this. And at the end of the day too, is people make money on Twitter and on Telegram. People make money on views. Same on YouTube, I guess. And just by posting that on Twitter and stuff, people make a lot of money. And that was like the confirmed that the Natanz nuclear facilities completely destroyed. And I said, there's nothing that can confirm that. The Iranians themselves probably haven't had a full assessment of the damage yet either. Lone Wolf says, thought on trying high-strength cannabis oil. It's helped my mum who has lung cancer. It helps a lot with pain and sleeping. Yeah, I have actually tried different oils and whatever. It doesn't really work well for me, but I'm so glad it's helping for your mum, and I'm sorry to hear about that. And Andrew Foray says, do you think we need our own nuclear deterrence? Seems like the only way to ensure sovereignty. Yeah, Andrew, I have talked about that multiple times. I've said that if I was the Australian leader, that's what I'd be doing. Is I would say Australia will never have the latent or potential power to actually ward off a motivated enemy. The only way is ultimate deterrence, and I'd be looking at building a nuclear deterrence. And that is what I've said, is I think the nuclear non-proliferation treaty is going to be thrown out the window by a lot of states who look at gaining weapons. And examples of like this or in Ukraine, that's why I think that's going to be thrown out the window. Jack Stone says, seeing all of our senators in the US declare their support for Israel on X is comical. Clown world weapons of mass destruction is a hilarious combo. And that you do see this, that the American senators just absolutely just get behind one thing or another, and it's just tweeting out. Benedict, thank you for your fantastic donation, brother. Greetings from Miami Beach, mate. I wish I was in Miami Beach. It's freezing cold here. Please give us more than 2 seconds at the end of your videos to like. You talk like there is no end and then just say, done, see you. Other YouTubers have something at the end, music, or they talk more during the video ending. Okay, I can drag out the ending if you'd like. I didn't know people like right at the end of videos. I thought you might do it halfway through. You've got 55 minutes to do it. No, but Benedict, thank you. I can change it up. What I was actually thinking of doing at the end of the video is actually having something completely different from the video. So let's say the video is about Ukraine, is then talking about something else going on, just like an overrun of conflict somewhere else or whatever. As you know, I'm actually traveling in a couple of weeks, and I was actually thinking about like having the half-hour video. So I'm going to be working while traveling. I'll be still doing the videos, but then I'll have like the half-hour update, and then the last 5 minutes will just be, hey, I went here and I had dinner here and I traveled around here, and have like a little 5-minute segment of just like Willie travel vlog at the end. But thank you, Benedict. I hope you're well in Miami. Willie, can you drink types of booze on keto? Posmo, thanks for your donation. I don't know. I think you can drink straight spirits, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to look after my organs as much as possible, because, of course, that is where the chemo drug is broken down for me. So I'm not trying. I have not been drinking any booze. I think on keto you can have booze, but I'm just going zero booze because, as you know, I've been struggling on the chemo, and the chemo absorbed through your organs, and I'm trying to just keep everything as healthy as possible. Goose Spring says, what do you think of the AI art weird face thumbnails used by war bloggers? I understand the algorithm needs to be fed, but to me it undercuts the seriousness of war. It's especially bad when used by otherwise serious channels. Goose, thank you for your donation. Mate, as you will see, I do it. What do they call it? But like the silly faces and thumbnails or whatever, and sadly, I don't like doing it, but it is the only way. You may, if you go on my channel, go back to 2023 and have a look at my views and my engagement when I didn't do that compared to when I did do it. And I saw about a 3x increase in engagement 3 times. So that's why you do it. And it is sort of, this is what annoys me about YouTube, is YouTube subscriptions are terrible. Like, my subscribers don't see my videos. So you sort of need to have clickbait or need to have stupid thumbnails for people to actually see it. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it undercuts the seriousness, but it's sort of the only way too. Posmo says, it's not a carb, normal sugar. OH bonds in a different metabolic process. Alcohol, yeah, but I just try to stick away from it. Alan M says, do you read PayPal comments? Yes, Alan, I do. If anything on the PayPal, I'll read the comments. The Fogel says, clear spirits only and in excessively low amounts. Yeah, but I'm just not drinking. I think not drinking can be very good for all sorts of stuff. And as you know, I have really, really bad sleep. I've always struggled, so not drinking is good for that too. Kyle Milton, thank you for the PayPal. He said, my brother and I, who are both vets in the US, have been watching every morning here since you started covering Ukraine and Russia. You have been my start to my mornings with my coffee. Hope you're with us for the very long time. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle, mate, I really appreciate that. Kyle's smashing Monster Energies right now and rock stars. No, I think, Kyle, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting once Ukraine-Russia ends, what I move into, because I have a lot of people who are like, this part of my day is watching your content, but then also my end is like, my days are filled up with making this sort of content. We'll find something. Thank you, mate. Studio says, I think your videos would get double the views if you formatted it like Alex from Duran, guy in Cyprus. Nature is a great background. I don't watch much of that. So I'll have to have a look and see what the formatting is. What is the significant difference formatting between him and I? Tony says he's 3 years and 6 months sober today. So I'm just trying to find, because there is apparently impacts again in Haifa. Okay, I'm not seeing them at the moment. Rumours indicate Netanyahu's house has been obliterated. I don't know. I guess you heard it here from Amory Jetcat. Thank you, mate. Thanks for the donation. Head of Shin Bet resigned. Yes, we did see that. Apparently it was planned. You'd think if you'd planned your retirement or planned your resignation, you would you'd at least not do it when this is going on. No impacts yet? Okay. So Markey says IRGC leaders and mullahs are confirmed fleeing to Pakistan. Ayatollah will fail within a week. The Persian people are sick of the Islamic occupation. I think a lot of people are sick of it. It will be interesting to see if Iran can actually survive this. And I said, like I said earlier in the video, and I said on the day of this happening, I think there's a lot of Israel wanting then this pressure, these strikes to create enough pressure that then the Iranian regime fails. But if it doesn't, then I don't then know what Israel does. Fake Birdie says, really just want to say thanks for what you do. One of the few actually don't drink the Kool-Aid and give us real details instead of mainstream talking points. Thank you, Fake Birdie, mate. Yeah, I'm trying my very best to not drink the Kool-Aid. Occasionally I still do drink the Kool-Aid, but I'm trying my very, very best. People, I don't like, it makes no sense to me when people go leaders, whether it is the supreme leader of Iran or the leader of Israel or Putin or Zelensky, when they go, they're hiding in a bunker. You're like, yeah, well, what? They're not trained on a fucking Patriot system. Like, what do you expect? Do you expect them to be out there on the back end of an S-300 rocket firing? Like, whether it's Zelensky or Putin or leaders in other nations, it is more important that they stay alive than be out there trying to climb a power pole. Like, it's not that works. Like, I don't get it. Of course they're in bunkers. So just wait, I'll have a bit of a more look on my X and see. So Jack Stone says, when people revolted against Hussein, it ended in disaster. Also, didn't the French install the Ayatollahs? I don't know about the French installation here, but yeah, this is the problem, is a lot of this can end up in a worse situation than it begun in. Posmo said, any hard evidence of US tankers helping IDF attacks? I'm unsure on that, but there is a lot of US aircraft in the air, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if there was like refueling tankers too. We did see that there was Israeli tankers over Syria. Alan M said, when you're in the military, could you hold conversations with your peers? Yeah, me and the boys talked all the time. What do you mean, Alan? I think your question, like me and my peers, we talked about all sorts of stuff. But when I was in the military, we were younger. We mainly just talked about girls. Goose Springsteen with another donation. Thank you, brother. So to be clear, I never felt like you were taking the piss in your thumbnails. Since 23, I've always admired your willingness to ask hard questions and never lose a sense of humanity if you're involved. And that is something, one of my biggest, one of those that actually critique me the most on the internet what he said recently was, although I disagree with Willie on most points, I can never say that he isn't humane. And that is one thing, is I do try and have humanity and not have a hierarchy of where I apply compassion as well. So I don't think my thumbnails are anywhere near as ridiculous as a lot. I don't even think my clickbait is anywhere as ridiculous as a lot. But I definitely partake in that, and I don't like it. I prefer live stream, Willie. Mate, if I could do more live streams, I would. But I just don't have that much to live stream, if that makes sense. Like, I only live stream during major events. But I like live streaming. If you're an Israeli, would you fight for the current regime? See, it's a very difficult question, because if I was an Israeli and I was born in Israel, I'd probably have a very different view of the war. If I was Iranian and I was born in Iran, I'd have a very different view of the conflict too. So I don't know. But I'd say, would you fight for the current regime? Probably, if I was born there and grew up. I think just the sort of person I am, I would have ended up in the military one way or another. And I've said this publicly too. I said I believe that even if I was born, of course I went to Afghanistan with the Aussies in the coalition, but I said I think if I was born there, I probably would have ended up in their bloody units too. I don't know if I can say them online. So this is ballistic missiles apparently up close here. So someone says there are red alert apps. Red alert. Okay, so where is that? Eliat, unrecognized aircraft drone. Okay, I'm not seeing it on red alert. Maybe in so far. So there are alerts in other areas. Southern Israel. Not sure what that actually is yet. So Alan says, if you took a 23andMe and learned you were Aussie Jew, would that affect your opinion? No. If 23andMe, if I took a test and it showed any of that, no, it wouldn't change who I am at all. It would have no effect. People may know that there was in my family tree a very recent adoption, what means a lot of one whole side of my family. We have no idea about any of our history on that side of the family. None of it. It was like a closed adoption, whatever they call that. So we don't know. But if it came out of one way or the other, it wouldn't affect the way I am. I don't think at all. Not at this point. Roy Blizzard said weekly Willie live stream every Friday at 8. We could do that. We could do a weekly. We could do a weekly live stream and update. Goose says, do you agree the NAFO dog stuff is cringe? Just wait, I want to click back onto this. Even if they do fundraising, it feels like something imposed on Ukrainian fighters rather than done by them. It's why the cartoons of World War II bombers never felt cringe. Well, this is one of the things, is I know a lot of people, both Ukrainian and foreign, who fight in Ukraine, who actually fight in Ukraine, who are anti-NAFO. They hate it. They actually think it's negative. They're like, yeah, it raises some money, but it's not enough to be massively impactful. And they're like, it actually has more of a negative effect because it paints certain images. The doxing, the aggressiveness turns more people away than it brings on board as well. But yeah, cringe. Missiles incoming. I'm a little bit concerned of why AMK was offline for so long, and he hasn't updated his Twitter at all. Right, we know there are missiles on the way. Parade is starting. Well, we were going to live stream the parade, but don't worry. It'll be someone else will be doing it. Alan says pre-diagnosis or post, who's winning in a street fight? Pre-diagnosis, 1,000%. The man who said war is a racket was one of the most decorated officials in the US history. You have to serve to learn how the world works. I agree. And the book War is a Racket is absolutely eye-opening. AMK just posted on Twitter or on Telegram. Let me have a look. So Greg Chichoff, thank you for the donation, said Trump gave up on his war in the deep state. He has now switched sides to the war party. Maybe just too powerful. Okay, so AMK hasn't posted on Twitter, but he may have posted on his Telegram. Right. Here we go. Well, it's a long post. Main points. Let's wait for this actually to update on his Twitter, and then we'll go over it for AMK. He gives a rundown of the main points and what's been happening, but it talks about then the strikes on economic targets. Human voicemail. If you have 3 food drink items and 1 board game to bring to your bunker for 3 weeks with your best mate, what are you doing? Water, potatoes, and meat. Alan says, brother, you're older and you know your younger self. Willie now has all my money. Nah, not anymore. Right, so there are further strikes apparently en route. I'm just trying to find any footage for you and then I'll show you. Son of Leviathan. Israel is probably the least safe space for Jews, Zionism, and its questionable history to say the least. Thanks for your donation, Son of Leviathan. It's definitely not the least safe place. We know the NYPD is having to call up like extra shifts as well. I believe the strikes are en route to Israel. Matthew Law, good morning from Adelaide. Good morning, mate. I'm just waiting to see if we get any new footage. The video was of Iran burning. There are many, many oil facilities burning currently. Okay, I'm just trying to find if there's anything new. I think we're very up to date on everything, guys. I think we're pretty up to date. Alan M says, quit the shit. Your fire is the brightest it's ever been. My fiance is crushing hard on you big time. No question. Old Crusty Willie would win every time. I guess I'll take that as a thank you, Alan. Invest. People saying invest in oil, boys. You might be a bit late. Foghouse says, check RCH 4006 Kuwait to Israel. I'm guessing that's a plane. Right, let me have a quick look then. Willie, did any significant damage occur? Yes, we have massive amounts of oil on fire. How do I look up that plane? So you tell me about the plane. Otherwise, I need to make it a bloody account. I'm not doing that on Flight Radar. Goose Spring said, just a whinging pom now, but as a pro-Ukraine person, it annoys me that many of the most pro-Ukraine channel on the net seem the least likely to have to wave their own flag with pride or serve the nation. You do see a lot of that. There's the most aggressive channels on the internet. You're like, well, why aren't you going and fighting then? If you say this is existential and you truly believe that, well, you should go and fight. Whether you've got experience or not, you can go. Like, I know dozens of guys who have had no prior military background who are there fighting. Putin pays me to post has said, do you plan to watch the US military parade or too much crazy stuff happening? To be honest, mate, I was planning on it, but there's too much crazy stuff happening. Okay, so Foghouse says the plane that is going from Kuwait to Israel is a Lockheed Martin CM Super Galaxy, so largest transporter aircraft in America's Air Force, so transporting equipment to Israel, probably air defense equipment. How does eating French onion soup deal with that mustache? Not well. Right, so we should expect, I'm believing we expect more strikes soon. Iranian Defense Ministry in Tehran has come under attack. Thomas Bodden has said, brother, I watch your stuff every day and appreciate the effort. Do you think this will spark an increase globally in Islamic terror attacks? For example, where I'm from, the UK, there's an extremely large Muslim population, approximately 20,000 individuals on the terror watch list. Keep it up. I have a shrimp or two on the barbie for me. Do I think it'll spark an increase? I think likely we will see a sparked increase, and I think things like this and what we saw down in Gaza does radicalise people as well. And I think it may take a long time to actually see the results of that. Thanks again, mate. Matthew Law says, at what point does this go full regional war? I don't know. I guess it goes full regional war when the other Arab states choose to stand together, but so far they haven't at all. Right, here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. It was AMK Mapping, who was doing 28-hour shifts at one point. I hope that he got some rest in, well-deserved. He says there's developments in the Iran-Israel war. It's currently 1 a.m. in Tel Aviv and 1:42 a.m. in Tehran. Main points. Iran and Israel have started targeting each other's energy infrastructure. Iranian missiles continue to target and impact northern and central Israel. Israel has started targeting Iranian oil infrastructure, including oil refineries and depots, as per the footage I've shown you of a lot of this on fire. Israeli airstrikes continue to target various parts of Tehran and the surrounding areas. Iranian air defense seems to finally be doing some damage to Israeli missiles and drones. In turn, Israel has deployed dozens of small quadcopters and loitering munitions to waste Iranian air defense and saturate for larger attacks with cruise missiles. And that is an observation you and I made ourselves earlier on, is it does seem that Iranian air defense is actually somewhat active now, but we have seen still a lot of targeting of this. And a lot of what Israel and Iran are trying to do to each other is just waste air defense at this point. Right, let's just go on the super chat first. Posmo says, why are so many Aussies so easily brainwashed? Like your acquaintances to fight in Ukraine, much rarer in the USA, probably 10x less factoring the population. Australians have always, for some reason, I know a lot of war journalists and war videographers, there's a huge Australian population in it. I don't know exactly why, but it just tends to attract people to danger. And a lot of Australians have gone to fight in Ukraine. Why? I don't particularly know why. Aussies over Yanks. Right. Loitering munitions to saturate for larger attacks. Yep. Drones launched from Iran and factions in Iraq continue to target northern and southern Israel. Missiles and drones. 2 rockets were launched from the Khan Yunis area of southern Gaza by an unknown Palestinian faction. Neither were intercepted, with the IDF claiming they hit open area with no casualties. 2 rockets were fired from Gaza, both of which impacted an unspecified section of Gaza buffer that were either targeting IDF troops or malfunctioned mid-flight. The IDF claimed to have intercepted 2 drones launched by either Iran or factions in Iraq in the area of Kiryat Shmona in northeastern Israel. Consequences. Israeli outlet, Hatez, confirms 30 Iranian ballistic missiles impacted military bases across Israel, including 10 in Tel Aviv. This is around 7 a.m. local time in Israel, prior to more missile impacts in the north of the country. Iranian ballistic missiles impacted Haifa, Tamra, targeting Haifa oil refinery. We've seen that. We did see some of those strikes too. There's video footage of that. Israeli airstrikes and drones targeted various targets around Tehran, including a central oil depot. Footage shows what appears to be a wreckage of a shot down Israeli F-16 somewhere over Iran. Again, wait on any of that before we confirm. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian confirms Iran shot down an Israeli F-35 jet. Again, wait on any of those. We will get footage of it if there is. Mulgot 100 says, you're saying other Arab states from time to time, but Iran is not an Arab state. Yes, but I mean the states like that are surrounding these areas as well. As far as the ones that are Muslim populations and then just completely leaving each other out. The F-16 photo is bogus. Yeah, I think that is likely. Where was I up to? Israeli targeted Iran's Bushehr port. IDF spokesman claimed 7 IDF soldiers were slightly wounded Friday night in an Iranian ballistic missile strike on central Israel. Israeli airstrikes targeted Yemen's capital of Sana'a, reportedly killing commander-in-chief of the Houthis. This remains unconfirmed. We heard a lot about this, but we don't know. It is unconfirmed. Al Jazeera, citing a senior Iranian official, stated that Iran is preparing for an ongoing confrontation with Israel and will escalate its attacks. It'll be interesting to see if there is ability for continuation of strikes, because as I've said, the longer these strikes go on, whether they are Iranian or Israeli, the air defense will start wearing down and we'll see more success from these. Head of Israel's intelligence announced his resignation, citing failure to stop the October 7th attack. The IDF claimed killing of the head of Iran's military intelligence as well as the commander of surface-to-surface missile sector. Israeli MDA spokesman claimed that 3 people have been killed and 172 others have been wounded. Iranian intelligence officials claim to have arrested 16 Mossad-affiliated collaborators and spies in Iran. We had seen some footage too that tended to show area that looked like a drone launching truck, very similar to what we saw in like Operation Spiderweb. Mark Guetti, thank you for the donation, has said all the beautiful Iranian F-14 Tomcats are getting smoked on the runways. It's a shame to destroy such lovely antique jets. I know. I wish instead of destroying them, there was a way to bring it into a museum. F-14s are, I think, most people, or a lot of people's favourite aircraft. Maverick and Goose would be upset. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, stated that 4 critical buildings were damaged at the Isfahan Nuclear Technology Research Center in central Iran, including the uranium conversion facility and the fuel plate fabrication plant. They added no increase in off-site radiation is expected at the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility after significant Israeli airstrikes, including bunker-busting bombs. The current home front guidelines remain in place for all of Israel, including a ban on educational activities and on large gatherings, except for essential services. So they are expecting massive retaliatory strikes too. Trump stated the war between Iran and Israel must end. I'll show you something from Trump in a second. He spoke, Putin called Trump this morning. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that new military assets are being transferred to the Middle East, including aircraft for contingency support. So he's gone back on everything he said because Keir Starmer is the reason cuck chairs exist. Iran's foreign ministry confirmed that Iran will not participate in nuclear talks with the US on Sunday, citing that participating in talks with accomplices in the aggressor is pointless. We do know the US is completely supporting Israel in this, but still wanted to go forward with their talks on Sunday with Iran. We knew that was off the table as soon as it then occurred. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif expressed his unwavering support to Iran in a phone call with the Iranian president. Okay, so that's a good rundown of everything that's, I guess, happened today. We'll favourite that so we can come back to it if anyone wants to run down. And it's just AMK catching up on everything. Let me see if I can find Trump's Truth Social post. We have a big explosion in Karaj in Iran. So this is allegedly in Karaj in Iran. Big bang. I have no idea at this point in time what that is. But there are a lot of fireworks and more fireworks also to be expected. Let's have a look at Truth Social. Post from Truth Social. Terrence says, "Morning, Will. I'm curious what your personal opinions are on the situation. They've been saying that Iran is close to nukes for years. Why now?" And I've said this multiple times on the stream and in the video I did yesterday, that it has been my entire life. I'm almost 30, and my entire life has been that Iran is on the eve of nuclear weapons. And well, you know, the eve is a lot shorter than 30 years. Why now? Why now is probably because there is a chance to do it, both with Trump, US support, and maybe they are closer to nuclear systems, or maybe it was the right time to do it now, to try and have more power into the Middle East as well. So why now is a difficult question. There's a lot of speculation on why. Now, Trump has then tweeted, truthed, I don't know what you'd call it. Oh, that's not it. Just wait a sec. That's the pinned one. 3 hours ago. Here we go. This is the one. Putin called me this morning to very nicely wish me a happy birthday. It is Daddy Don's birthday. But more importantly, talk about Iran, a country he knows very well. We talked at length. Much less time was spent talking about Russia, Ukraine. That will be next week. He's doing the planned prisoner swaps. Large numbers of prisoners are being exchanged immediately from both sides. The call lasts approximately 1 hour. He feels, as do I, this war in Israel-Iran should end, to which I explained his war should also end. So, again, take that as you will from Trump. But you do know that the ultimatums Trump is issued against Iran have been followed through. The ultimatums against Russia is very, very different, of course, with Russia's ongoing power as well. Right, so US State Department urges all American citizens to leave Iran immediately. So US State Department, so now 3 days in, has urged everyone to leave immediately from Iran. I wonder why now and not back when this then begun. Someone says the video of missile attack Willie isn't showing. And I've shown most of the missile attacks so far. We just don't have anything new at this point, but I will show you some more. So there's bits like this from oil depots that are on fire. And then we were seeing bits like this of the missiles coming in over Haifa. So yeah, what do you think? Why do you think now the US has said everyone should leave? So potential new strikes against Iran going on now. So I'm just trying to find if there's any more information currently. Yeah, US State Department. What's that? 17 minutes ago, State Department that US citizens should depart Iran. The US cannot guarantee your safety. US citizens who are unable to depart should shelter in place for extended periods. The US does not have consular relations with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Swiss government, acting through the embassy in Tehran, serves as protecting power for the US for their interests in Iran. So if you're an American in Iran, apparently it's the Swiss government which is acting in power for them. Sturmy, thank you for the donation. Give me a TLDR, what happened? Sturmy, go back about 5 minutes on the stream, and then there's a perfect TLDR, or go on to AMK, and he did a bit of a TLDR on what has occurred. But in very brief, we've just seen continued strikes, but these strikes are against more economic targets. So we're seeing against things such as oil depots and ports. But we've seen a lot of footage like this of strikes. This was in Haifa. So there are a number. I think that was in Haifa. I could be wrong, but there's been a number of missiles get through too. And we know that there are more strikes going towards Iran as we speak. Studio says patriotism and dual citizenship is an oxymoron. FS says, Willie, I love your work as a FO forward observer in Fallujah 05. I'd share a dry pair of socks with you. Mate, I'd share a dry pair of socks with you. Sounds quite nice. Right, so footage of drone hits are available. Okay, let me have a look and see if I can find anything that's new. I'll have a look on Telegram. Right, I'm trying to find, is there a drone hit? Were the drone hits Israeli or Iranian? I can't see any of that footage on my channels yet. Yes, Iran has Starlink. I'm 98% sure of that. This is in southern Israel where you can see then drones and at least one interception too. Do you think that we've seen the worst of it today, or do you believe we're going to see an uptick in the next coming hours? So these are Iranian oil facilities now on fire. So Israel has carried out strikes on Iranian oil, as we can see by this footage here. So wait to see how then the oil prices respond and the markets respond as well. Is Iranian air defense sleeping? The Iranian air defense has actually been more active in the last 24 hours than the first 24 hours, but a lot of it was disabled very, very early. DD Politics has the drone footage. Is this it? Iranian Arash drones impacting Elliot. Is this the footage? Tuxedo Masks, thank you for your donation. He says Israel wants a mass CAS event and will escalate. We're going to see continued escalation in this for sure. Yeah, I know people are saying Iran claims they downed 3 F-35s. Again, it's not like there's secret footage being held somewhere. If there's footage, it'll come out. If it doesn't come out, it didn't happen. Let me see if I can find if there's any different footage. Israeli media reports recent airstrikes in Tehran targeted supplementary sites to the nuclear weapons program, as well as people that took place in it. So continued strikes against apparently Iranian nuclear weapon sites. Sorry, I forgot to look at the chat. Do we think that today it's going to get worse, or it's going to get? Do you think it's going to continue escalating today, or we've seen the peak of it? Matthew Jorgensen has said, "I've been hearing that Iran's government is falling apart right now. Is this true? Is this just propaganda from pro-Israel outlets?" We do know the government has had very, very large impact. There's been a huge impact on the government. There's been thinning out of government. There's been, of course, with the Israeli decapitation strikes. Is the government falling apart? I don't know. Pro-Israeli outlets, they'll say that. It may be true. It may be untrue. Has the Iranian government taken a big hit? Yes. Is it falling apart? I don't know. But time will tell us. And Jack Stone says, statement in this says we should have an Anglo-Commonwealth passport, so citizens of Australia, Canada, Britain and New Zealand or former US empire. I hate visas. The visas between these states are incredibly easy or on arrival, but I think there should be just like free travel between a lot of that. So, what time is it? Time in Tel Aviv. It's 2 a.m. in Tel Aviv. This is the time yesterday when I believe the majority of the strikes did come in. Check live oil price. I don't think there is a live oil price, is there? EJ Floyd says, Willie, it's kind of random. Thanks for becoming a member. But I was looking at your books in the background. I was curious what books you would recommend. Well, EJ Floyd, it really depends what you're interested in. Like if you're interested in politics, you're interested in philosophy, interested in whatever. I can't recommend more something like Nietzsche. I can't recommend. The best book I've read this year is called A Stranger to Myself, about a German soldier in the Second World War. That's the best book I've read this year. Maddie Borgenson again. If Israel were to take out the Iranian president, would that be enough, you reckon, to collapse the government? And what do they do about the nuclear leak? Well, the nuclear leak apparently is only, or the nuclear alpha is only within the confines of the facility at this point in time, apparently. If they took out the president, would it be enough? It may be, but I really, really don't know. Too quick. Thank you for your fantastic donation. It says, live oil prices can be looked up. Look up crude oil futures. Okay, let's do that. That's actually what I looked for just before, and I couldn't find anything decent. Let me find crude oil futures. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I've got that in here. That's Meditations there. And so investing.com, crude oil WTI futures. Let's have a look. But wasn't the last update. Day close. $73. Oh, shit. I don't want to continue on this. Right. Foghouse says, the burning tanks are on flashy, but ultimately zero effect. Burning derricks are more of a concern. And that's the thing was, I'd say, when you are dealing, and I talk about this with strikes against oil depots in Russia too, I say, when we're looking at oil depots on fire, it's very flashy because you're dealing with a flammable substance, but we need to wait for satellite imagery of how much is actually destroyed, but also how much can be pumped out too. Howdy from the States. Thank you for all you're doing. Praying for your recovery and ongoing battle. Take care. Thank you. Oil futures not trading. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Is I didn't think they were trading, unless I'm looking at the wrong thing, because they don't trade over the weekend. They got up to $78 on Friday. Matthew Borgenson, it'll be pretty interesting how the US population will react to Trump's promises on lower prices in crude oil, knowing it'll rise now. Yeah. And as Michael Vann correctly points out and goes, Russia will profit from high oil prices. Yeah, you are correct. And Trump offered, he ran on a few things, ran on then lower cost at the Bowser to reduce inflation and less war. And maybe through his administration we will see that. We're only 10% in. But again, so far it hasn't looked like that. Big explosion in Courage. Yes, I showed that just before. What do you recommend for a romance book enjoyer? Something heavy? Mate, I don't read any romance. The closest book I've read to romance would be White Nights by Dostoevsky, and that'd be it. Someone says all this destruction of oil is crazy pollution. Yeah, absolutely. Check out so far hostile aircraft in Israel. Okay, so there will be drones in Israel. If so far app is saying that. There's drone sirens in Israel at the moment.
Ethan Bright says, thank you for the donation, firstly, Ethan. Pakistan's statement is China's statement. This attack is to force BRICS to pay in dollars for oil. Iran has yet to use its major cards yet. De-escalation is only a good option for both sides. And I agree. I think de-escalation is a good option. Iran's major card is oil. But again, this could be different. Attack is to force BRICS to pay in dollars for oil. Yeah, but that can backfire, and it can end up BRICS going, okay, we are going to de-dollarize too. We know that's probably the ultimate goal for BRICS, is to move away from reliance on the USD, especially for China. Sturmy says, I can confirm Willie is a very romantic guy. So what do we think? Crispy Priest says he expects oil to be 100 a barrel. What do we think is going to be the price of oil? What do you think? Above or below 100? Zachary Seed says, imagine the Iranian government feels on edge in this situation, considering they were the last victim on that clean break memo. Makes the stakes higher. It is, the clean break memo with the multiple nations. It is high stakes at the moment. JP Morgan says 130. I haven't seen that anywhere. Well below 100. So it got to 78 on Friday. It closed at 74. Okay, so most people are saying around 100. Mohammed Sigdar says you should go above 200 barrel. Mila Hiccup. So there is footage. I want to show you this. We do know that Mossad and other operatives were using spike missiles inside of Iran. Oh, I can't find the footage. Wait, I'll try and show it. So there's footage inside Tehran that shows like a strike, like just very short. Here we go. So this is allegedly showing Mossad working in Iran. You'll see here, this launching and then landing over here. And what they're saying this is that it is Mossad agents operating a spike missile striking targets inside of Tehran. Very short range. So that is there. That's interesting. And we do know there will still be operatives working. Okay, drone alerts for southern Israel. And this is that large explosion that occurred in Karaj. Let's see what the IDF said. Still saying there's hostile UAVs in Israeli airspace. I tell you, it's going to start really wearing out the public too. Like, you got to remember that if you're up every night with air raid sirens running to bunkers, it really does wear on you quickly. Should you get a 6-litre SUV? Probably not the time for it. Willie, thought on the net impact for Russia. Oil prices increase versus no drones from Iran, from Keegan Everett. Mate, this is one of the most misunderstood things about the Shahed drone. Now, the Western media love to refer to the drones that Russia sent into Ukraine as Shaheeds. They're not Shaheeds, they're Garans. Russia is building them themselves. They're not getting them from Iran. They purchased the licensing agreements to build them, and they're making them themselves. If Iran ceases to exist, those are still going to be produced and used massively for net benefit. The oil going up for Russia helps massively. Russia is a fiscal economy. Their budget is based on, what did I say the other day? $58. It was $69.70 a barrel of Ural's oil price. And then the Russian ministry, they then readjusted their budget for $58, if I'm correct. I believe $58 per barrel for Urals. Now we know the Brent crude price is 74, so that means that the Urals is probably 62-ish. So then it's positive at the moment. It's above. So yeah, net, yes, that's good for Russia. Oil going up for oil giants is good. And you need to remember too, this is something that myself and Dr. Connolly, the economist, spoke about, is that when Russia says their budget is based on a $60 oil price, that is based on an average of a $60 oil price, okay? So if it's $80 one week and then $40 the next week, in that $40 week doesn't mean everything's falling apart, because it averages at that $60 or the $58 budget. And it was very high earlier in the year, and it's going to be high following this. What, of course, increases the amount of then dollars conversion to ruble that they have. Ethan Bright, how does a regime change even work with Iraq? Whoa, dropped my pen. With Iraq, they did a regime change and ended in complete disaster. Same in Libya, now Syria. Same we tried in Afghanistan. Saudi made a deal with FDR before Israel did. Saudi is lucky. Saudi will benefit out of this, absolutely. And Saudis have had a lot of deals with Mr. Trump recently. Regime change, for regime change is successful, rare, and very, very difficult. Dirty Dan says, I was between Iran and Israel last year when Iran fired at Israel. I didn't know they were going over. It was so scary. Can't imagine years of that. Thanks, mate. Yeah, that footage. Remember that footage when last year, about this time last year, when Iran first had those ballistic strikes, and you just see them all going through the air? That was wild. Dolby Dot says, one Israeli vulnerability is that that rarely gets attention is water supply. Israel is a leader in desalination, with more than 80% of its municipal and industrial water supply provided by 5 plants. Right, that is interesting. I didn't know that. The biggest impact of rising oil price, is on Europe. It's absolutely on Europe. Because, of course, they're not, well, they are buying from Russia, but they're claiming they're not. And it's not getting piped across or whatever. So, they're buying from here, and it's going to go up. Sage says, worse, AI will start taking jobs in 5 years. AI is already taking jobs. And in way less than 5 years will we see huge issues with the workers market and AI. So Isfahan, Iran, there's more attacks going on currently. We will get footage of it. Remember that there is a lockdown on footage, so we get it. It just takes a while to come through. Israeli fighter jets still operating over Syria. I'll have a look and see if we've got anything new. Thanks, guys, for being here, by the way. I know it's an early morning stream, or maybe late night stream for you, but thank you for being here. Ugh. I slept All right. It took me an hour, I reckon an hour and a bit to actually wake up this morning, but thanks, guys. Thanks for those who have donated or super chat. It makes my early Sunday morning worth it. I appreciate that, legends. No, I really, really do appreciate that. It's 2025. We need GoPros on missiles. Well, there's a lot of footage from the front of what are those missiles that Russia fire off the Kar-52s? There's footage of those that goes flying straight into targets. I'm just trying to look see if there's any more footage, but I just put it on my head, guys, just so it's nothing comes up that I don't want to show. Yeah, comment in the chat. What time is it where you are? Where are you watching me, and what time is it? Adelaide represent. Yeah, if you're from Adelaide, big wins too. Lithuania. Hope you're doing well. How's that government of yours going? A Leviathan says, has Iran bought any Chinese weapons? I actually don't know. I don't know if Iran has any Chinese weapons. What they need is they need the babushka with a tin of beans. That is the best AD system in the world. It's 8:25 in the morning. I did not realize that. I've got my curtains closed. I didn't even realize the sun was up. Somalia, 155. Hope you're doing well. CPCA, emergency government. They say Wisdom says next wave incoming. I haven't read that yet. We'll see if the next wave of strikes is inbound or not. Let me have a look on my Twitter. So one thing which I did get sent across from one of my guys behind the scenes is that a lot of decoys were also struck. That there was a lot of air defense decoys in Iran as well, and that a lot of those air defense systems, not all of them obviously, but a lot of them were actually just decoys that got hit too. So we can see there's some footage here. This is my friend messaged me about it last night, and then we see this footage here too, saying that then these are some of these just decoys, because a lot of them we didn't see cook-offs on, which is what we look for with anything with like a missile, is we're looking for cooking off of the munitions. Right, boys, you guys get wild in the chat, and I am going to go make myself a cup of tea because I'm getting cold. I'll boil the kettle again. Yeah, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, actually, because the coffee has got me. So give me a couple of minutes, and I'll be back. How do I? Oh, yeah, this is how I do it. I still don't know how to use OBS very well. Yeah, I'm going to make a cup of tea, go to the bathroom. I'll be back. G'day, boys. Sorry, I'm back. And I have a very hot cup of tea. Right, what have we missed? I've heard there's a lot of protesting going. I just saw your comments going, let's pretend like we saw Willie left his mic on. Gotcha. Ooh, everyone play it cool. EJ Floyd. EJ Floyd, thank you for the wonderful donation. That helps me a lot. I can't actually tell you guys like smaller channels like me, AMK, whatever, how much like direct support actually does help us. Remember, we're not, making millions like the big channels are, the activist channels. We're just doing a thing. We're getting by and trying to pay our rent. EJ Floyd says, chat, where is everyone from? I'm watching from the middle of a cornfield in Iowa, US. Brother, you sound like you're living the dream. The older I get, the less I want a Lamborghini and the more I want just a field of corn and self-sufficiency. I hope you're well, EJ. Thank you very much. Right, let me look and see what we have missed out on while I was emptying the bowels after a big cup of coffee. Cape Town, Florida. Is London a bad? London, man. How a place has fallen. Right. There are current drone alerts in northern Israel. And Karaj, West Tehran. What's this footage? That's fucking hot. Well, that's that big explosion we saw. Okay, I don't know why this page is just resharing that. Leon Castri says, thank you for your work. We chatted on Telegram a day or two ago. Just wanted to say, I hope you're doing well. Wish you the best. Thank you, Leon, mate. Yes, fantastic chat on Telegram, man. Come and join the Telegram. The Telegram is where we chat, interact with me the most, like day to day, and I give like daily or hourly updates on things. What are chemo poops like? Mate, not good. You're meant to like double flush and everything because it can be a bit toxic, which is fun. Right, that has cooled off a little bit. Right, so we're seeing there that large explosion there. We will continue seeing significantly more attacks like this. I still can't figure out if we think today we've seen the most amount of attacks today yet or not, or we will continue seeing more. I think we may see a little bit more, but I probably think the majority is probably done. Because if we look at what occurred yesterday, by this time it was sort of finishing up, but again, we're not really sure. Look, yeah, further drones are in Israeli airspace near the Zevayim industrial zone. That's why those alarms are going off too, that we just showed you in the location of. So some are saying, Middle East Spectator, they are saying that China is sending cargo to Iran by flight radar. They're saying that there's Chinese cargo going to Iran. I tell you, born early enough to go to Middle East, born at the right time to go to the Middle East, on oil fields on the Middle East on fire again. Crazy. Willie, your like ratio is amazing. The other 100 people go ahead. My like ratio, what, on YouTube? Normally I'm about 98% like to dislike. Like 2% dislike. UA for Iranian drones is entering Israel from Jordan. Yep, we know that's going. Alan M says, if nukes start flying, would your acclimatization give you an edge? Sorry, I didn't get it for a second. I was referring to chemo. I don't think it would, but I'm going to say that it will. But if nukes start flying, I'm not in a good spot. I live within 5 kilometers, or maybe a bit further, but I'm like, say within 10 kilometers, or less than that. Let's go 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers from the submarines in Australia. So, well, submarine producing, and that's one of the first things you'd attack. So I'm gone. So someone on Flight Radar look up what was claimed was the flight number being claimed is CV9735. So Charlie Victor, what was it? 9735. Apparently a Chinese cargo plane going to Iran. So someone can look that up if you want. Claim seems fake. EJ Floyd says it's peaceful. I can't complain, but there is nothing like living in the mountains. It's so flat here. Yeah, living in South Australia is incredibly flat. I've never lived in the mountains, but it would be cool. Yeah, I do think there will be a bit of feeling out. I think the biggest strikes... Let me know if you think this is correct or incorrect. Oh, shit. I just spilled tea everywhere. Fuck's sake. Wait, I'll just use some bits of paper to clean it up. Tell me if you think this is incorrect or correct. I don't think we've seen the biggest strikes yet at all. I think the largest strikes that we'll see will come after degradation of air defence, both ways. So I don't believe that we have seen Israeli or Iranian peak of their attack yet, because what we'll see is them try and degrade their adversaries' air defence systems, and then we'll see the attacks go forwards. And yeah, at that point, it's the point. It's easy to walk to the edge. It's very hard to come back from it. 100%, just getting started. Yeah, so I think there's going to be some very early mornings for me. It tends to be around 2 a.m. my time, or to 3 a.m. my time, is when we then see the most amount of strikes. So it's middle of the night. Well, middle of the night their time. And Ukraine's under attack as well. There's 2 MiG-31s, potentially with Kinzhal hypersonics on board now. Hope all is well with your noggin. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Violent explosions 45 seconds ago in Tehran. So there is more attacks going forth. Netta Forest, thank you for your donation, brother. Remember, if you're watching the video, click like. That helps us in the algorithm. How long will all this end according to you, long term? Or how long has this got to go? 3,000 more years that are promised? No, this has a long time. As far as peace around here, long time. Long time. John McCarthy, we appreciate you, really. Thank you, John, mate. I really appreciate that. Alan M says, if the nukes fly, you've already all on meat diet, half immune to the radiation. Pretty sure you'd end up king of the mutant cannibals. Maybe. My all meat and eggs diet. I'm so sick of eating just meat. Oh, is that Draco's never liked a video before, and now he's going to like mine. Right, I'm trying to find if there's any new footage coming out. I've got a couple of screens going. How's me? King of technology. I've got 2 screens. So the IAF, Israeli Air Force, they're saying they can now fly jets over Tehran. So appears they have got air superiority. There's still air defense risk, but it does appear that they have then got air superiority. Again, we can't assess everything within the first couple of days. You sort of got to let it cool off. Okay, so yeah, Ukraine is under drone attack. Under missile attack right now from my Scanders and a Kinzhal missile as well. At least one Kinzhal. Foghorse says you just need to add biltong to your diet. I've got a little bit of biltong. Mr. Penny Money, thank you for your donation. Says, I just saw your Instagram. That beard was epic. Love from Sydney. Love from Adelaide, mate. Yeah, I had a massive, who doesn't remember the massive Ned Kelly style beer? Beard, not beer. Alan says the way let the little after sipping tea is unfairly hot. I think Alan's in love with me. Alan has like legitimate like critique and assessment and then just like flirting chats too. It's a wild contrast. Right. Axios, they are reporting US not considering direct involvement. Again, what is direct involvement? Like, what is direct involvement? Well, all of the satellite data is going to be American. Like, is that not direct involvement? Concerned Aussie, thank you for your donation, brother. I really appreciate that, man. Would you bring the beard back? Maybe. Should I set the next target? You know, the goal target things? Maybe I'll set a target for bring the beard back. Sorry, I'm texting my parents. Yeah, maybe I should start the goal next time, but it's going to be a big goal because having a big beard like that is a lot of work. Right. So there's missile attack, Ukraine. There's drones over Israel. Foghorn, look, Willie, until they find the next Colin Powell's anthrax direct involvement is whatever the current government decides meets that criteria, they'll find something. That's the thing. Find me a country and I'll find the justification. So waiting on more footage to come out of Tehran. And I have also this. So Glenn, the lawyer, you know how I asked him the other day about the legality of hitting nuclear scientists? So I asked Glenn, so military lawyer Glenn, who's done he's done targeting before for the Australian Army, so he can say what is and isn't targetable. Okay. So I said, brother, just quickly, are the scientists working in Iran legitimate targets? He goes, yes, mate. It would normally be preemptive self-defense, which is held by the international courts to be a bit dodgy. But in this case, the threat had already manifest, and there's precedent. Israel took out Iraq's nuclear program at the same stage of development years ago. So, yeah. So, according to him, at least, it is. It would have been legal. Donut Guard says, people keep asking about the beard, but that's a sick mustache. Perfect stubble to go with it. No wonder that dude is in love with you. Yeah, maybe Donut Guard. Yeah, grow the mustache long and then just number 1.5 everywhere on the beard. Baby Jesus says, G7 starting tomorrow in my backyard. A lot of people pissed. They can easily go to the mountains because of it. It's cool to see military jets, Osprey C5, Galaxy, Chinooks flying around. Absolutely. Yeah, seeing shit like that's always cool, Baby Jesus. But yeah, it does stop people doing what they like to do. G7, what the G7 wants is they want an oil cap on Russian oil. And what I will say is there is not going to be an oil cap. The US doesn't want it. And with what we're seeing happening here and things like this happening with oil like this on fire, the last thing is going to be an oil cap right now. And remember, you can cap oil all you want, but you're relying on states to enforce it. I'm just trying to scroll, see if there's anything new. Right. Billy, what's wrong with your voice? Like 2 years ago, the first time I saw this 2-hour interview with a broken voice and I almost gave up on you. Yeah, I lost a lot of followers, man, when I had my voice issues. Basically, I overused my voice and I had a vocal polyop on a vocal fold, what basically is just like a burst vocal fold. And I had to get surgery. I had to get it surgically fixed. And I lost a lot of followers because I blew out my voice. And that frustrated me so much because I was like, hang on. I'm losing my voice. I've lost my voice by trying to create more content and overwork myself. But at the same time, now people are unfollowing me for doing that. But that's all right. Right. While you guys are here, waiting on more updates, let's just have a quick look and see if anything is updated on the deep state map. Okay. Right, let's have a look. I can see a bit of red check on this. Let's look at what Deep State has said, because sometimes it's not super clear on the map. So, said Ukrainian Defense Force pushed back in Kotlyrivka. Lucky said, I followed you from 5,000 to 200,000 subs. Do your thing. Thank you, Lucky. Right. That's not looking good. So we can see the red check on this. This is Russian advancement. Now, this is still wrong. Like this is just not right, because I can tell you where there are geolocations. There are flags have gone up in here. There's flags all through Bahatar. There's flags all through Oleksivkia. And there was a flag went up right where my cursor is, right in here. But you can see this further advancement. What they're not wanting to show on this map is they're not wanting to show in here or Kotelivka here, where Russia has likely entered Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, which is shown by this then checked line. And this is the blue on here showing, I believe, where Ukraine is claimed that pushback from yesterday. Yeah, okay, between the 13th and 14th to there. Did we get an update? What date is that? Did we get 2 updates yesterday? So I'm just trying to figure this out because it's not showing. Oh, they're bloody things stuffed. Anyway, let me read this first. Alan M., would you rather pilot a remote bomb drop or a clear 5-person granny cabin in northern Ukraine? Mate, remote bomb dropping is a lot more safe than actually clearing areas. Thanks, Alan. Dutch Tulip Stonks says, midnight in England. Hope you're doing well. Willie, on the 20th of January, I emailed you about reading my comment on an article for a video. Mentioned Komar being 10 miles from Velikanov-Silka. Now it's captured. Bring back the beard. So he wants to bring back the beard. And Komar is 10 miles. And we believe Komar down here has been captured. And Velikanov-Silka. Now remember, this annoyed me because everyone ignored that this actually got taken. And that's informational warfare. That never went. ZZAG, appreciate, looking good, Willie. All your hard work is appreciated. Thank you, brother. But this is what people forget, is that this fell in here. Let's just go center to Komar, as out to here that he's actually captured, is 16.6 kilometers, and that is 10 miles. Yeah, it's a long way. Russia has, we know they've reached the border in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, here and here, potentially up here as well. And that is important in the war. We do know too, I showed you geolocation yesterday right where my cursor is at the moment, so 3 kilometers behind front line, but at least this is showing movement out from Bilahorivkia. Let's see any other movement on this map at the moment. No, nothing around Sumy either. So yeah, that's the quick just deep state map update, but you can see this envelopment around Odrane. I don't know why there's no showing of like the 11 flags went up in Odrane. And grey zone. If there's Russian forces here, it's at least grey. It may not be red, but it's at least grey. This is red in here. Anyway, that's my daily frustration. Got to remember, all of this plays into informational warfare too, though. Okay, so Home Front Command is urging residents to remain in closed shelters in northern and central Israel, to stay near protected shelters. So there may be more strikes come through. The underscore Chad, thank you for the donation, says 5 major countries at war and numerous smaller conflicts. It's time to stock up on shit hits the fan supplies, boys. Yeah, go buy some tinned food. What's in your head? Well, I know what's in my head. Thank you for becoming a Mini Willy member, bro. Okay, I'm just refilling my tea. Rail Duke says, I'm pro-humanity, praying for it to smarten up. I'm pro-humanity. That's where a lot of people get, like, don't understand where I come from, is I'm on the side of civilians, regardless of what colour their skin is or what their passport says. I'm on the side of civilians and humanity. Right, it appears Ukraine is under large missile attack currently. Not massive, but, like, reasonable. Thank you as well for BD Group on the PayPal saying 24/7 news. Thank you. I try my best, but I do miss a lot. And Waltz in your head, who just became a member, said, all the best, Willie. I appreciate your humanity. Thank you, mate. Being pro-peace is the only acceptable stance. Well, apparently it's not acceptable. But we'll see. You treat the adversary side as humans, and next thing you're a propagandist. Oh, that's not that warm. Damn it. I got here. What's burning? This is in Tehran. This is oil burning. There's been a lot of strikes against oil facilities. So this is major. This is breaking, if true. Israeli channels report 70 ballistic missiles will be launched from Iran within 20 minutes. That goes in line with, we see the Israeli channels urging people to stay in shelters. And now we're hearing that 70 Iranian ballistics will be fired in the next 20 minutes. So they're saying enter shell. So IDF Home Front Command is saying enter shelters immediately. So we could be seeing large ballistic strikes. Okay, AMK has just confirmed launches from Iran. So yeah, there are more launches from Iran in the direction of, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. Okay, so we might be coming upon major missile attacks right now. Again, the more of these strikes that take place, the weaker the air defense is going to become. If the air attacks are successive. The Iron Dome isn't used for a lot of these strikes. It's more Patriot THAAD. New drones enter Israel, likely to attempt to saturate air defense right now. How long does the missile take from launch to impact? It really depends where it's launching from, where to. Some are saying it's 100 seconds. Okay, alerts Northern Israel drones. Could Iran realistically win a war of attrition against Israel? What are your thoughts? If the Iranian regime can stay in, yes, you could, because it goes down to the old, you have the watches, but we have the time. If they're just willing to go for 20 years and make it super expensive, yes. But the attritional war like this is going to step into, land warfare, which this is likely not going to become. Alan M says, should I stick around and watch you me as everything burns, take a drunk drive to the pole dancers lounge? I think we'll have a vote. Do you think Alan stays in the chat or goes to the club? How likely one missile could be a nuke? Mate, we've heard that Iran is on the eve of making nukes for decades now. This is what we have said, is there is a real risk. There's real risk they have actually developed something, and that we may see an attack like this. Have I got a live cam? No, I don't. And I'm not going to use one because then they'll end up claiming my video as theirs. Right, so there's drones and missiles on the in the direction of Israel currently. So a bit of a watch and wait on that currently. So 20-second Nomad says, I love Willie. Thank you, brother. Have a look, see if I can find anything. So we are expecting major strikes coming very soon. Yeah, there's red alert in, where's that? Be it Sham. That's southern. I don't know, but yeah, in throughout Israel, there's red alert, and they're urging people to stay within shelters. So Alan M talks about don't do that, Alan. But thank you for sticking around, Al. Yeah, Iranian ballistic missile launch. Israelis are in shelters. So Trey Yinks just put up fifth wave, did you say? Fifth Iranian ballistic missiles have targeted Haifa. This is from Trey. And you can see AMK at the bottom here saying ballistic missile launches from Iran. Nuke 1266 says, not asking to play expert, but I wonder how much high saturation targets gives Raytheon nice data of improvements. Oh, absolutely, bro. We have spoken about that Nuke 1266 with a lot of strikes around the data that you collect from air defense is very, very helpful for then improving that air defense. The best example of this is actually Ukraine-Russia. Look at how much more successful Russian air defense is at intercepting things like Storm Shadow Scalp. Look at how much more successful that became over a year. And same in the other direction as well with Patriot against other systems. So yes, absolutely. Cripper says, thanks for your live streams, dude. No, Cripper, no worries at all, mate. It's my pleasure. And thank you for your donation. I know this isn't live, but these were strikes overnight. But we are waiting on more missiles to start entering Israel now. What is said is up to 70. Central Israel, there's intercepting, air defense is intercepting currently. So apparently German refueling tankers are working in Jordan, refueling Israeli aircraft, apparently. Yep, so there's red all over on the home front command, all over central Israel, Tel Aviv areas, all over that at the moment, saying that there's a large attacks imminent. So, yeah, this is now confirmed. The IDF has completed large-scale waves of attacks in Tehran, blah, 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 jets, intelligence, but then we see this imminent attack here of, what are they saying, 50 to 60. I've been hearing around 70. These are the areas currently red. Zachary Seed says, do you think the West's dismissal of diplomacy in all these theatres is type of irrational rejection of emergence of a multipolar world? Yes, I do, Zach, 100%. We're not ready for that. I don't think it's going to be multipolar. It'll be bipolar. And eventually probably multiple, but yeah, absolutely. Any chance of a recap? Just joined. Basically, Zunia Amir, we've just been seeing a lot of tit-for-tat strikes, but mostly against economic facilities such as like oil refineries and depots too. Yeah, Home Front Command, again, urging people to stay indoors. Explosion alerts. in central Israel. Right, so we'll start getting footage coming out soon. It only takes a few minutes between we see this and then we see footage coming out. Dirty the Dan says, why do you think neither of them declare war yet? I don't really need to. Iran may at some point. Alan says, the people in Arab countries can't stand Israel, but the governments are all in. Anyway, I'm out. If you need bail, hit me up. Thanks, Alan. If I ever need bail, I'll hit you up. And yeah, there's a big difference between what is said in Muslim countries versus how they're acting as well in support of their so-called brethren. Chad, why are West nations helping Israel instead of sanctioning them? Didn't they flip out Russia being the aggressors against Ukraine? So, Chad, it is, this is where a lot of people are saying there's a lot of hypocrisy here, and this is where things like BRICS and China and Russia and whatever are pulling away. And I think a lot of this does really reduce the Western's power around the world. In my opinion, massively. Right, let's see if there's any videos of strikes. Ballistic missiles are over the West Bank and Golan Heights. So no impacts yet, but they're over the Golan Heights and West Bank. So very close, and air defense is active over Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv, capital, air defense is active. So imminent strikes. So we'll see. Apparently this is some footage here. I'm not sure. So a lot of this footage may be older, but we do know yet. Air defense is active in many areas. Interceptions, Tel Aviv, 25 seconds. They're still on the way. So not all you can't confirm everything is intercepted because no, they're not all there yet. None got through yet. Yeah, just wait though, because we won't know, because I don't believe they're all actually there. Jack, welcome to the Mini Willy Club, brother. Right, so there's reports of impact in Tel Aviv, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm still waiting. I'll bring up some footage as soon as it comes. Don't have anything yet. So there are people who are saying, very similar to like we have been saying, is a lot of this will be just to limit. That's not new footage. Is just to wear down air defense before larger strikes in the coming days. Okay, so AMK is saying new explosions in central Israel. As well as John, Jay Dickey, love you, brother. You're the most objective coverage of the Russo-Ukraine war. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that, mate, on the PayPal. You're a legend. People saying, I heard 3 F-35s. Again, with any aircraft, wait for footage of it. I don't believe it at the moment. It's not that it's impossible. I'm not saying that at all. It's definitely possible. Serbs shot down F-117, but we'll see footage of it. It's a huge propaganda victory if that happens, so footage will come as instantly. Okay, so second wave strikes is right now. We have a second wave. So wait on this. We're going to have more. People saying new missiles have launched, right? Yet new sirens in central Israel, so all around Tel Aviv. All right, let me have a look, see if there's any footage yet. So this is in Jerusalem here. If Iran keeps sending stuff over, how soon till air defense is depleted? Mate, absolutely no idea. We don't know. But it does concern me, the shortage. Like, there is a shortage of things like Patriots worldwide. There are a lot of Patriots are getting used, whether it is in Israel or Ukraine. We might see that really, really starting to deplete. Right, so people say Tel Aviv camera has action. Again, it can't show it. We'll wait for the footage on here. But AMK, he's saying there is confirmed strikes in Tel Aviv. So we'll wait. The footage will come, absolutely. We'll update you with as much information as we can. Right. Still waiting on footage. It will come. Give it a minute. Yeah, definitely. A definite increase here. So Conrad Erbel, he PayPal donation says, "Hey buddy, I watch you with ad block, but great content, and this is my contribution. Stay as you are, absolute master level. Greetings from Munich." Hello, Conrad, brother. Hope that it's a lovely day in Munich and watching with ad block. So I've made a donation. Thank you, man. What a G, hey? Pluto's correct. He says it's sad that random civilians are the ones that pay the price of this. Yes, and that's always how war goes like this, is it is just civilians that end up paying the greatest price. Right, so I'm hearing second wave of attack on Tel Aviv. Apparently there's confirmed strike, but wait on that. Let's see if Trey has posted anything. So I'm just trying to find as much information as I can to show you. So Trey Yinks, 3 minutes ago, who's in Tel Aviv, he said explosions echoing across Tel Aviv. Yeah, so we know there's both interceptions as well as potential strikes in Tel Aviv at the moment. I'd say realistically on these missile barrages, it's highly likely that we'll see a few get through. Someone asked, how did I get the scar? The scar on my head. It's brain surgery. Nothing cool. Nothing cool. I don't have a good story for it. One or two got through. People saying Iranian ace MiG pilot, mate. It's probably the ghost of Tehran. I don't know. If any F-35s went down, expect imminent images of it. Looks like there were 3 strikes from live feed, right? Well, that footage will quickly come onto X and we'll share that. Zach said, do you think Russia could 1v1 the US right now? In what sort of war? In conventional war, no. In nuclear war, yeah. Well, it's not really 1v1. It's a 0v0. But yeah. Alan Alan said the cops are on his tail. Oh no. New to the channel, is your health okay? I'm going through chemotherapy at the moment, but health is, as good as can be. Right, I'm still trying to find if there's any more footage, or if there is footage of these strikes that have just taken place in Tel Aviv. New drones over the West Bank. Right, still waiting. I'll show you the footage as soon as it becomes available. And if you see it somewhere, then I'll let you know. Alan says Slava, Alan. So this is Haifa earlier in the day, and just wait, we'll get more. Reed says Samir al-Hadidi, the ghost of Tehran, supposedly in the air right now. Also supposedly the rocket that looks like an airburst was intercepted by a can of beans. Yeah, remember, that's about how credible a lot of information is right now due to propaganda. The strikes were not visible on the camera, but you could see how they passed by Israeli drone defense. Oh yeah, in every attack there will be some get through. Yeah, a lot of this is war of numbers. Right, there are new sirens to the east of Tel Aviv. New drones in the air as well. Reports of ballistic missile impact near the Tel Nof Air Force Base near Tel Aviv. Right, there's some footage coming out now of Tel Aviv. We'll show you in 1 minute. New Iranian drones enter northeastern Israel. Fuzz has said 2 willies in 1 weekend. Not sure if good or bad. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you, Fuzzwa. Appreciate that, man. Right, let's see if this has been updated, because there are some videos coming out now from Tel Aviv. As we say, footage always comes up. Okay, ballistic missile launch from Yemen. So Houthis in Yemen have just launched a ballistic missile. Biz Ferrets, thank you, brother, for your donation. Right, I'm just waiting for AMK to reshare this footage, because I don't know how to bring up Telegram on my computer. Just give me a minute. There is footage over Tel Aviv right now. Okay, this is it. This is Iranian bombardment in Tel Aviv currently. So this is the newest footage, as you're seeing on your screen. As well, Brandon Dickinson, thank you for the PayPal donation, brother. I really appreciate that. Remember, if you want to donate, the PayPal is the best way. The link is right at the top of the comments. Okay. Okay, apparently there's now a new ballistic launch from Iran and Yemen. Apparently. So we're seeing a lot of interceptions here. Josh Hannum, what have I missed? You've missed a lot of strikes, man, both ways. Okay, so there are impacts in Tel Aviv. Yeah, this is the impact here in Bet Yam in Tel Aviv. Antonio Lee, do you think it's a war or a conflict? Well, technically it is a conflict because no one's declared war, but you can use that term either way, basically. Alonso Tega, what are the odds Iran unveils a nuclear weapon during the conflict, not to use it, but just showing they have it? If they've got it, they'll display it. I don't know if they do. We've been told it's imminent for decades. But if they do, now would be the time to show it, at least. Okay, so I've got video. Okay, what I'm about to show you is hypersonic impact, well, at least ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv, okay? So this is a ballistic missile. So this video right here is missile impact in Tel Aviv. This is a very close video. Again, what was hit? Don't know. These people shouldn't be out on the street like this. But yeah, that's some of the clearest footage we actually have of this. So there are absolutely ones getting through. New sirens all over Tel Aviv as of less than a minute ago. There is now a combined ballistic missile and drone attack from Iran and Yemen. So both Iran and Yemen are both firing ballistic missiles right now. Leon Castretti says, keep an eye on Ukraine. Massive strikes, apparently. Yeah, I've heard a lot of strikes are going against Ukraine now with Iskanders and Kinzhals too. And this is the thing is, Russia may be given an opportunity to exploit the lack of Patriot systems as well. Dime says, am I banned from donating it? Failing with Super Chat. Oh, I haven't banned you, Dime. Maybe try another way. Not sure. Politics reality. Do you think the goal of these retaliation strikes is deterrence against a further hostile action, or is there more to it? It's not. It's war. Like it's not deterrence. It is trying to wipe out and then have impact. Thank you, Politics Reality TV, for the donation. Does YouTube take a percentage? Yeah, I believe they take like 45% of every donation, something like that. So that's why I say the PayPal is best, because the PayPal's just straight through, and YouTube doesn't pay me for like 6 weeks, so it's just locked away. So let me show you a bit of footage. Remember, pump the chat. We're very close to 3,000. Let's push even into the 3,000. So chat, hit like, etc. So this is footage of missiles coming in from northern Israel. Remember, we have a combined attack from both Yemen and Iran currently. I don't suspect boots on the ground, no. What is Iran exactly shooting at? We don't really know, but it seems like a lot of them are just in the general direction. Nicholas Williams donated through PayPal, and his message reads, watching through Adblock. So here's my contribution. I dislike YouTube and I don't want them taking a cut. Small question. If US tell Israel to stop hitting economic civilian targets the same way US told Ukraine, do you think they'll listen? I don't think Israel has any other chance but to listen, but they do have a lot of sway. If they say stop hitting economic targets, the US, of course, what they can do is they can say, well, we're going to limit as much air defense. But at the end of the day, Israel has a lot of leverage over the US. And if the US say that, well, it depends if they'll actually follow through with it, if they know they'll actually do anything. New drones have entered Israeli airspace. Yemeni ballistic missile was intercepted by the US Navy in the Red Sea. And US says that they're not directly involved. This is Jerusalem, apparently, right now. More red alerts getting released. As we speak, a lot more red alerts. Multiple fires in Tel Aviv. Miriam Leslie, thanks for the content. Are you able to travel overseas with your head thing? Thank you for the PayPal. Yeah, I am. I can travel. I can fly. I was only banned from flying for a couple of weeks from the surgeon. But no, I can definitely still travel. I'm actually traveling to America in 3 weeks. Actually, less than 3 weeks, like 2 weeks. What attack wave is this? This is current now, so I don't know how many this is today. This might be the 3rd wave of attacks today. I'm not sure. There has been a lot. We're in the US. I'm getting into Texas. I'm going through Nebraska and then back down. So bit of a trip. I'll be doing a little bit because I'm hoping to get some more interviews done while I'm there too. Been listening to coverage on Ukraine for a few months. Unfortunately, I get busy and leave the 20 or 30 minute videos, leave 20 or 30 minutes in by the time I get back and new videos posted. Yeah, there's a bit of a problem with that. If I post daily hour-long videos, that people like don't make it through before the next one, but that's fine, man. Watch as much or as little as you like. Yeah, so there are impacts in Tel Aviv. A lot of interceptions. Right, new air alerts too. Right, just trying to cut down to what we do and what we don't have, what we have and have not shown. Right, so Jerusalem, Tel Aviv are currently under a pretty heavy missile barrage. 3rd wave, yep. So this is what's going on currently. Yeah, so large waves of attacks currently continuing. We will get more footage in a second. Let me just close this so I can actually show you some of the footage. I'll bring it up. So this one, this is in, I think this is in Tel Aviv. Have a look at the shock wave that actually comes from this one. Just wait a sec. Jonathan Botterell, how's your health, old pal? Health is pretty good. I'm recovering from the chemo, but I start chemo next week. Do you know that if the air defense is auto-loaded? I don't think that it is. Right, so here we have hypersonic, or at least ballistic impact in, I believe this is Tel Aviv. You can see the speed that they then come in with. So very close strikes here. You see in the final approach, one definite impact, shockwave massive, and then second impact as well. So that's impressive right there as that shockwave then comes out. A lot of smack. Don't go near glass if you're near this. That's not what you want. You don't want a bit of glass spearing you at 1,000 k's an hour. So yeah, the third wave is currently underway. We have footage like the one I just showed you, as well as footage like this also. I'll bring you up as much. I'll bring you up footage as soon as it becomes available, guys. as well as thank you to Serkan Erislan, Mr. Penny Money, much love, champ. Hope your health stays level. Thank you, Serkan, mate. I really appreciate that on the PayPal, as well as Don Stanley. Appreciate your work on the PayPal. Thank you guys very much. I really, really appreciate that. Cheers. Thank you. Right. So this is in Biat Yam. We have impact. Lots of buildings as well. Again, this is not direct impact. That is off then shock of impact or potential debris too. I had to pull over. Is Tel Aviv okay? Tel Aviv's all right. Tel Aviv's fine. It's just under bombardment at the moment. Seeing these up close is unbelievable. Let's see if there's any more footage. Yeah, there are some concerning videos coming out of some of the strikes that are taking place in Tel Aviv. So in this, I think there's at least 4 or 5 that have got through at this point. It's got to be at least that from what I'm seeing. Hearing G'day Legends from Really is better than hearing kebab shop owner calling you boss. Whew, smacking boats. Well, G'day, mate. I don't think it's better than that. This is the video that I wanted to show you here. So we saw, I think these may even be the same strike, but we see this one, which I showed you. But then I want to show you then this one here too. You can see the shockwave come off just the energy that these then release. So this is heavy impacts currently. So from Alonso Artega, Willie, you're the shit. Been watching you since the first Speak the Truth podcast. You're about the only one I listen to in terms of all geopolitics. Thank you for the information as always. Always a good time. Best wishes. Thank you, brother. No, I really appreciate that, Alonso. Mate, I won't have time this trip, but next trip into the States, absolutely. Yeah, so AMK agrees with what I said. I said I think there's 5 impacts that we've seen. He says 4 in Tel Aviv, 1 in Ashdod. So yeah, from the footage I'm seeing, it looks like 5 impacts. You can see then electrical. That's why I watched this footage again. Just where this like crane sits here, then you can see like electrical shit exploding after. See right there, you see the flash. It feels unreal, doesn't it? It's unbelievable these days. We can watch this and people are videoing this as it takes place. So I'm not sure how much more we do have left of this missile wave. We have more interceptions outside of the atmosphere too. "45 missiles shot down, 5 got through." So what are you talking? 10% rate of missiles. So let's take that. Let's take it that 45, 5 impacts. We'll call it 50 and 5. So you've got 10%, which will be interesting to see in a week time. And I can't believe this is going to go on for weeks. It'll be interesting to see in a week what the success rate is if it climbs much above 10%. And that's like the minimum. That's what we have like video of. Iranian drones are flying over southern Syria in the direction of Israel. Yeah, these are very, very serious strikes occurring right now in Israel, in Tel Aviv. You can see these are interceptions outside the atmosphere. And then we have footage like this of some of these actually then striking. You can see the shockwave come off it. Where's the other footage that I had? Or maybe it was on AMK. And then you've got ones like this too. So very serious attack. So 1 impact, 2 impact. We think it's a minimum of 5 at this point in time. This is very, very serious at the moment. What happens when Israel runs out of interceptors? Well, exactly as you'd expect, you start seeing a heap of strikes. Yeah, this is central Israel where these strikes are taking place. So Israeli page is saying this is central Israel. Central Tel Aviv, apologies. Alex Gannon, super chat because I don't do PayPal. No worries at all, brother. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, so this one is said to be central Tel Aviv. So there are direct impacts. You need to remember too, it's not just the bang. You need to know the amount of just kinetic energy transfer that these weapon systems have is massive. Let's see if AMK is anything new. Nah, it's still the same. We know there's drones on the way. Yeah, so what we spoke about was you've got like 10% success rate it's looking like at the moment. It'll be interesting to see. Let's say it's that, just for sake of this. It'll be interesting to see in a week what it actually is from there. How much interception does debris do from how much damage does interception do and the debris? A lot. It can do a hell of a lot. A lot of it's still coming down because a lot of these weapons, the warhead isn't what's hit. It gets knocked off course and can go into whatever. We see that all the time. All right, so there's still red alerts going up for drones. Israel has asked the US to join strikes on Iran. Right, let me see if there's anything new. Yeah, so this is going to continue for weeks. That is something we need to take into account. This isn't once off, and this isn't everything that both sides have. Like Israel and Iran are not using everything they've got. So they're likely that this will continue for a number of days, number of weeks, and, well, what we expect is it's going to get significantly worse. Check open source intel, big building hit, and a photograph, okay? Let me have a look. I'll just go to my face so I can actually look at that first. Oh, yeah, we showed this before. Yeah, this is one of the buildings that was hit. In my opinion, I don't think... it might have been struck here, but there's a lot of damage to this too. You got to remember, this much damage to a building, that building's coming down. Like, you'll have to rip that down. I don't think you'd be an engineer to take one look at that and be like, no. Studio said, will this war maximize shareholder value? Iran's GDP is going to skyrocket. Iran's GDP won't skyrocket, but shareholder value of Lockheed is first and foremost. So Israeli pages say, from what I see, it's a difficult event. And remember, when someone says it's a difficult event, it means there's a lot of targets. So it'll be interesting to see if this is the final barrage of missiles we have for the day. Can someone give me in the chat, what time is it in Tel Aviv currently? let me know what time it is, and then that will give us an idea if we're going to see more or not tonight, because I'll try and do them at night. It may be the last one, and then they'll go for more strikes tomorrow night. Naz T97 says UK and German tankers refueling over Jordan. Yeah, we know there are multiple Western tankers in the air refueling Israeli fighter jets. How many missiles does Iran have? No one really knows. Some have said 10,000. Some have said 2,000. I've heard 20,000 drones. Again, that sort of stuff is estimations at very best. Lancer asks, has there been any involvement from militias in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon yet? Appreciate the coverage, Crazy Footage. Yes, Lancer, there has definitely been involvement. They've been firing in missiles and everything as well from all different ends. And in Yemen too. So yeah, we have a few more hours of light. I don't know if that means we'll see another strike tonight. What do you guys think? Do you think we'll see more? Conan says views like 800 in the past 24 hours. I don't know how many they've actually fired, but they've fired a lot. So Joseph Walsh says up to 40,000 in the latest report in 2024. So yeah, there's a hell of a lot. If they've used, they've used 1,000 so far, which is more than they have used. But just for math's sake, that there's still potentially 40 days of continuation like this. And what that means is they're going to get more and more successful as air defense reduces. And Israel need to keep, militarily, they need to keep the pressure on too, so they can't fire more. What equipment do you think China is sending to Iran? I have absolutely no idea, man. I could not tell you. We know China is not a fan of this happening. China get a lot of oil from Iran. There is massive destruction in Tel Aviv. I won't show you this video, but there is huge destruction of buildings down. Well, not buildings down, but like debris everywhere, and like buildings with huge amount of impact and noticeable strike. Iran needs to go for more strategic buildings. Yeah, you don't actually know what specifically is being aimed at. That's hard to get an idea. I'm surprised that Iran isn't going for the ports at Haifa. I'm like surprised there's not more of that. But you never know what the next days are going to follow too. With graphics, so I can't show you. I believe it is. It's not. No, I'm not meaning that I can't show. It's not that I don't trust to show you guys. It's that I'm YouTube. So I want to ask, how many barrels of oil? Someone says China buy 1.5 million barrels of oil a day off Iran. I'll look that up. I'll just Google it. How many barrels of oil does China buy for Iran in a day? As well, thank you, Tristan Marsh, saying I use AdBlock. I've been watching you since you were ducking missiles back in Ukraine. Thank you. Cheers, brother. Thanks, mate. Thank you, Tristan. So as of March 25, China imported approximately 1.9 million barrels of oil per day. So how much money is that? So again, you are, China will see that you are fucking with our income stream. So if you're talking at $74 a barrel, you're talking China is buying $142 million a day, or $4.4 billion a month of oil, which is $52 billion a year. So $50 billion a year is getting impacted at the moment, and supply too. Yeah, many buildings in Tel Aviv have been hit very, very hard. Okay, I'll look for more footage and I'll show you. Amory says, don't throw stones in glass houses, then hide with your hands. Thank you for the donation, man. As well as Alan M. Have you been to Tel Aviv? I've been to Tel Aviv many times. No more red alerts, right. Homefront Command has said that people can leave too. So, yeah. I have a lot of footage of areas in Tel Aviv that are looking like this at the moment. A lot of areas that are like this. There's a lot of impact. If the US gets involved proactively, do you think China, Russia will get involved in a more direct way? I don't think that they will. I think they will flex, but I don't know. But the thing is, the risk of that is still huge too. And you've got Pakistan, as 3 points out. Pakistan formed any nuclear strike on Iran is nuclear strike against Pakistan. I don't know, but yeah, we have seen Pakistan sort of, well, at least saying their rhetoric is that they are standing with Iran. Yeah, Homefront Command guidelines have been updated. Civilians can leave protected areas, apparently. So at this point, I think that barrage is maybe over. Seems no different. They'll hit back hard now. Seems indiscriminate. Well, a lot of these strikes, it's hard to know if they're aimed at anything other than just the city. People say that China isn't equipped to project power like that. That's incorrect. China's ability to project power is massive. Right, I am busting to go take a piss. So give me a minute and I'll be back. Right, sorry, I was busting. What do we think? Is there much more to come, do you think? What about China taking Taiwan if UN attacks Iran? Might be a perfect time to strike. Tom, I said this about 12 months ago and people got up me. About 12 months ago when this kicked off, I said if China was going to make a military move on Taiwan, if they're not ready, even if they're not ready, it might actually be the better time now because like air defense is short everywhere in the world. And in a few years' time, the West is going to further industrialize. So what's better off now, doing it while it's not industrialized or doing it when it's industrialized and there's no war? The US is caught up here. They're caught up in Ukraine. Europe is too. We know all of our stocks of everything are completely empty. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Chinese movement. I'm not convinced they're going to do it militarily. Thanks, Alan. Thanks for the donation. Kai Calibrite, Mini Willie, thank you for becoming a member. What do you think? Do you think we could see movement on Taiwan? Let us know in the chat. China's navy is huge. China has the largest navy in the world by tonnage. So Israeli pages calling for more strikes against Iranian oil. Riley White says, morning, Will. I've just woken up and seen people going mental. What's popped off? There's just been massive Israeli strikes against Iranian oil, as well as large Iranian strikes against Israel in areas like Tel Aviv. We just saw then. I can't show you some of this footage. So yeah, there's large strikes ongoing and continue. Oh, it looks like it may be over for now, but we're not exactly sure. Iranian air defense is reported active in Tehran. So a lot of destruction in Tel Aviv like this. So a lot, and there's very, very significant across Tel Aviv as well. Very powerful strikes. Zachary Seed, do you think Russia will rebuild the cities they've destroyed with their population decline issue? It may not be worth it without immigration. Russia can get a lot of immigration from Asia, but they have been rebuilt. Like, Mariupol, Russia was putting a lot of resources into rebuilding. So these are big blows to economy. I'm just really waiting to see that oil price open. Impermanent Snow Self, thank you for becoming a Mini Willy member. So people say Iran has missiles left for 2 or 3 days. I don't know. Iran may have missiles left for weeks. We don't know, but they may. There's numbers that are pretty high. So yeah, we don't have long. We've got tomorrow. We should see oil markets open. JT Land says, "Who are you?" I don't know. I like how people say that China has no experience in conventional warfare. But what's our experience in conventional warfare? Like, the only country with conventional warfare experience is literally Ukraine and Russia. And Russia have a lot more offensive warfare experience and air and navy warfare experience now. Like you can't rely, and this is the thing, is you can't rely on the fighting the military you start with as being the navy that's going to end up halfway through the war. And I agree with David here that China's a lot more involved in at least observing the war in Ukraine than people would like to know. People saying by tomorrow Iran may not have any oil facilities left. They reckon there's going to be massive retaliation to this and more economic strikes. So there was confirmed 6 missile strikes in Israel. So of 50, so this is Israeli pages saying, there was 50 launches with 6 strikes. Right. IDF says, following a situational assessment, the Home Front Command published you're now permitted to leave protected areas in central and northern Israel. Search and rescue teams are underway. Willie, what's the news so far? Just a number of tit-for-tat strikes. What I'm really waiting on is how much then Israel want to strike oil sites. You know what will be interesting is tonight is Sunday today. So tomorrow is if we go live. I think. Let me know in the chat if you think I'm wrong. I think we went live at the perfect time today. Like to gain everything, to catch everything. So what, 5 a.m. or something, or 4 a.m. or if we went live, maybe 5 a.m. my time. We've been live for 4 hours. I think if we go live then tomorrow, not only will we see further continuation of strikes, but what then we will also see is then we'll see the oil markets open. And I don't know about you guys, but I am super keen. Interested. I'm not looking forward to any of this. I'm super interested to see the stock market open tomorrow morning and then to see the oil prices open too, because that will be very telling. I'm just looking to see if there's any more, anything else you want me to show you. K Hoddle says, I bought oil stocks on Friday. I'm excited. Yeah, if you've bought oil stocks, you should be excited. Jay Hackey, let's go Legends. Thank you, Jay. You're a legend, brother. As well as Jamie says, keep up the unbiased real reporting. Praying for your recovery. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate that, man. I really do. $4 a.m. Reveille for tomorrow. Yeah, I think 4 a.m. my time, guys. I mean, South Australian time. I woke up at 3 this morning, or 3:15 maybe, is what I had my alarm set for. I woke up, I looked, and there was like nothing on the chats. So then I I was like, I need more sleep because I was completely. Anyone who's been here since the start of this stream knows how absolute wrecked that I was when I started the stream. So that was with 2 or 3 hours more sleep than I thought I'd get. Trump rejected the call. Where are you getting that from? So we did see Israel asked for American help striking nuclear facilities. And this is the thing: if America says no, and Israel doesn't have the capacity to destroy those facilities, that's the gamble I've spoken of. Yeah, I did see JD Vance says we never ask you to go to war unless we absolutely have to. Do you think America should get involved or not? So while this is happening in both Tel Aviv and Tehran, Ukraine is under a Russian missile attack as we speak. I know America is involved, but do you think that America will actually conduct strikes into Iran? Seems a bit 50-50. Smacking Boat says the nothing ever happens life is on the nothing ever happens guys are on life support right now. Yeah, absolutely. I know people always go nothing ever happens. Well, things are happening. Right. What do we think? Do we think there's going to be more strikes take place today? People saying these strikes will open the war in a new dimension and have escalated. I'm like, people don't get it's like, well, no, striking nuclear facilities was the escalation. And then this will just continue on the escalation ladder until it gets out of control, unless someone pulls it back into line, which I don't think is going to occur. Yeah, the cat the cat is out of the bag. Yeah, the event horizon has been crossed in this. Where are the drones? I think the drones have been already intercepted. Yeah, the drones have. Yeah, the warning, the sirens are down. So I want to have a look because Deep State map says there's another update. So we've got 2 Deep State updates. Oh, no. It said there's a new update. I don't bloody know. So it doesn't like. So what's happening here? So that was the 14th update, and then the 15th update. Oh, is more. Okay. Yeah, we know that's been there. Yeah. So still significant gains on the maps too. Forget about the oil stock up and iodine. Yeah. After the fallout. I'm way too far away. Really don't wear yourself out. You're going to be fighting for 100 years. Yeah, look, I think I'm probably going to stop the stream at 4.5 hours. So that's 10 more minutes. Because I believe that's probably the most at the moment. And then we can go live at any point. So if things start happening, guys, I can go live at any point. And then go from there. I like how this John Connor bloke says this clown said Russia would beat Ukraine 15 months ago. I never said that at all. You fool. You're the fucking idiot, mate. I like how people just completely make up bullshit. Things will happen in 2 hours as the sun's coming up, maybe. We can go back. We can always just go back live. Smacking boat says, rest in peace all the casualties. Dehumanization has to stop. Yeah, mate, dehumanization is crazy. Go in any of the Israeli or Iranian pages right now and like destruction is just all laughing faces and whatever. Can confirm at least the last 3 years, Willie has not said that. Yeah, exactly. I've been saying it's a grinding war of attrition and that there's not going to be really any winners in this, that both sides are going to have to sell a victory. More Kaliber cruise missiles heading towards Ukraine right now. Right, so we have 10 minutes left. Oh, no, sorry, 8 minutes left. If you want a message or anything read out, Super Chat, PayPal, whatever you want to support. And then otherwise, we will go live next time things start kicking off. If you haven't liked the video yet, make sure you do like it too. Oh, it's bloody freezing, sorry. I'm cold. I've watched every video Willie's done. He certainly did not say that. Yeah, exactly. I am groggy. I've had so little sleep. And I've worked a lot recently. Finished with a bit of a summary of the last 4 hours. Yeah, I can do that, mate. Right, and I will still today probably put together a Ukraine video. I'll try and do that. I'll see. What jumper is that? It's Patagonia. I got it on special. If you live in Australia, I think if you go on the Patagonia website, you can get it for free. No, oh my God, for free. I think you can get it on special. I don't buy anything like Patagonia full price. I can't afford that. Russian Kaliber missiles have struck in Kremenchuk. And I'll be active on the Telegram through the day too, guys. Smacking Boats is praying for you. I wish I could donate more. Great job. No, mate. Anything helps so much. Even just you guys being here helps. Willie is a legend. 07. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Eagle. Willie saw me fent. Thanks for the great show. No worries at all, mate. Appreciate everyone being here for the 4.5 hours. And Alan M finally made it to the club. Alan has been in the chat all day and has been drunk and heading to the Rippers. So yeah, we'll get a better idea over the next day what this damage was and then what the response is going to be to this. Zachary Kullis says, best analysis and insight on YouTube. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you, Anthony, on the PayPal, brother. Appreciate that, man. Remember, if Donald Trump was president, this war would never have started. To be fair, we critique him a lot, but if Harris was president, this shit would be even worse. Like, people like to criticize Trump's decisions on Ukraine, Russia, and I'm like, yeah, but imagine if you had the other government just continue the drip feed in too. What song should I put on the box? Oh, mate, you got to go some Meatloaf. That's peak testosterone. The Rippers and a Meatloaf song. I have no faith that Harris would have stopped Netanyahu. None. And the drip feeding, no one would have had any even attempt to start any negotiations in Ukraine. And what we saw was that there was just drip feed from the Biden administration, and that drip feed would continue. Smacking Boats, give me shelter. Is that the song that you want? 4 a.m. Israel time. That's when they hit. What time is it now in Israel? Well, it's 4 a.m. now. Do you think the US will break out their bombers? No. I don't think at this point you'll see the US actually start dropping weapons on Iran, at least not at this point. I just think there's a lot of escalation that could happen there with other powers in play, that Trump will still want to talk with Putin G about what exactly is going on here. So Ozami is saying that there's an emergency meeting at the Pentagon to discuss what's going on here. Yeah, I think the US will have a lot to do with intercepting Iranian weapons, but beyond that, I think that is not at this point in time. Maybe further down the line, like absolutely maybe, but we'll see. Right, remember the lives remain up too. If you want to watch it, you just can click on the live and watch it from there. Right, we have 2 minutes left until we'll log off, so we'll do 4.5 hours, which is a good stint. I don't know how long people normally go live for. So I'm just trying to collect if there's any more information, but there doesn't seem to be any new sirens or anything yet. Israeli interceptors using mostly Arrow 3 Dave's like, yes, I know, Sajo, but the reason I talk about those is because the reason I talk about the Patriots is for effect on other theatres at the moment. Alonso Atega, about to go to Monica Lewinsky routine. Cheers, boys. I'm out. Have a good time, bro. I'll see you soon. Scuba said, why would Tel Aviv not be going dark? You mean like lights out? It's not that relevant anymore for bombs. Like, they know where the city is. It's not like you're in a bomber with a open the handle trapdoors and dropping bombs by sight anymore. Just wait a sec, because there is allegations that there's more ballistic launches. We'll just give it a minute in case there is. What do you think likely the false flag is? High. We'll give it a couple of minutes to see if there is more launches or not. We'll find out very quickly. There's a lot of pages saying there's unconfirmed. That some of the Iranian propaganda pages are saying there is, but just wait, and we'll see if there is or not. Doesn't seem like it. So Deutsche Bank, oil price will go to 125 a barrel if the conflict spills into the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. If it spills into the Strait of Hormuz, yeah, we'll probably see something like that. But my prediction for oil is mid-80s when it opens tomorrow. That's my prediction. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else about more ballistics. Right, Legends, we have done 4 hours and 31 minutes. That is quite a reasonable stint. Anyway, Legends, I was just reading a chat. I hope that you guys have a fantastic day. Tomorrow, that will be a very interesting video because we'll go live. But what we'll also get is we'll see then the oil prices open and the stock markets open. And that'll be very interesting to see what actually the global impact and what the cost of this war is on the global markets too. And of course, this is going to continue evolving. Scotty Griffin with the final maybe the final donation says, brother, just got off work. I miss anything crazy? Yeah, bro, go on to Telegram or Twitter and have a look at some of the ballistic missiles then striking Tel Aviv. That was pretty crazy. So there's been a lot of strikes. So yeah, Legends, there's a fair bit going on. Thank you for catching in on the stream. We had 70,000 views, 69,394 views. So that's good outcome for me. And we got at, what was our highest view count? I don't know if I can actually look at that, but we had over 3,000 viewers at one point. So thank you guys. Tomorrow was going to be more interesting. Not only will we have significantly more strikes, air defense is going to be more degraded. We're going to see massive Israeli retaliation onto economic sites. But then tomorrow morning, we're then going to see the oil prices, and that's going to be wild. Stock markets, everything. So good to go. Now, Legends, if you want to support me, you can watch my videos for free. Of course, I get paid off those. Otherwise, the PayPal, the Super Chat, however. But you guys being here is plenty enough. I'm going to go sit down at a cafe and pretend like the world isn't gone to shit and that I've lost faith in all of our leaders around the world. And I recommend you guys do the same. It's a Sunday. It's Sunday here in Australia, or you're entering Sunday. Go out, spend half an hour off your phone and just imagine the world isn't there for a bit, because it is just crazy. Okay. Righto, guys. Have a great time, and I'll speak to you tomorrow or whenever if we go live again. Okay. See you, dudes.